kokkulepeteni, sest meil on tõesti väga paljud erinevad osapooled
some agreements because we have very different stakeholders here today present.
Edukuse mõõdupuud Eestis, kuidas seda edukust siis mõõdetakse.
Because we are trying to improve the access and success in Estonia. We have very different presentations today from different perspectives. But first of all, big thank you to all of the organizers, the Tartu University Hospital Center of Rare Diseases, Estonian Chamber of People with Disabilities, Children's Foundation, Association of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers, Department of Clinical Genetics, Estonian Society of Medical Genetics, and Genetics and Personalized Medicine Clinic. When we talk about rare diseases, I'm sure that those present here have had some kind of experience with them. According to the name, it should be something rare. We are talking about diseases occurring in fewer than 5 out of 10,000 people. In Estonia, 1 or 2 people are diagnosed with a rare disease. And as there are so many different types of diseases, then every year 250 to 300 new rare diseases are discovered worldwide. So on the one hand, the name suggests that the diseases are rare, but on the other hand, we can see from the numbers that it's a very different story. I'm delighted to welcome everybody who have come to the Radisson Conference Center, but we also have coverage on Delphi website and also on the Tartu University Rare Disease Competence Center and the Children's Foundation Facebook page as well. And we have online streaming in English. So good morning to everybody and thanks for watching us. Thanks to the partners of the Chamber of People with Disabilities, we also have sign language translation and transcription. And we have 4 sessions today. And as I already mentioned, it should give a good overview of the rare disease situation in Estonia today from the perspectives of patient, parent, physicians, manufacturers and the state. And at the end of the day, we will have a roundtable here on the stage with different stakeholders, and we will then discuss on the different topics that have been raised during the day. And I really hope that we can reach some kind of agreements.
Hakkame siis tänase sellise, kuidas seda öelda, pidulikuma osaga pihta, sellepärast, et mul on hea meel paluda siia kõigepealt professor Katrin Õunap, sest
Professor Katrin Õunap on the stage because over a year ago the Center of Rare Diseases was created in the Tartu University Hospital with the aim to improve the patient journey from early diagnosis to counseling and receiving causal treatment. So, Professor Katrin Õunap, you have the floor, and first we will start with a very new video. Thank you. Welcome from my side as well. We have a new video that gives a good overview, and we created this video because our patients have asked what we do, how we take a patient-oriented approach, and we got the recommendation to present our activities in an introductory video. And it's the first time we will show it.
Harvikhaiguste kompetentsikeskus loodi 6. novembril 2021. aastal ja see loodi koostöös Lastefondiga Tartu Ülikooli Kliinikumi juurde ja selle keskuse eesmärk on parandada nende inimeste teekonda, kellel on harudane haigus või kellel kahtlustatakse seda ja me püüame siis oma meeskonnaga kaardistada nende teekonnasid, vajadusel suunata teistele eriarstidele või arutada haigusjuhtumeid konsiiliumil või kui diagnoos ei ole veel selge, siis teha diagnostikat või siis suunata näiteks konsultatsioonile Euroopa keskustesse.
With other European centers.
Karu on lastefondi maskott ja ta sümboliseerib patsiente, kes võib olla imik kuni vanemaealise inimesena, mees või naine, et ta sümboliseerib ühe patsiendi teekonda harvikhaiguste kompetentsikeskuses. Kui meie käest on tihti küsitud, mida meie patsiendiga siin teeme.
Tema on meil Kevin Karu. Ja kui vana Kevin on? Kevin on meil 3 aastane.
He is 3 years old.
Oleks vaja täita veel nõusolekulehad.
Kui patsient või tema perekond tuleb siia meie keskusesse, siis loomulikult me kõigepealt vormistame ta vastuvõtule ja allkirjastame nõusoleku vormi meditsiiniteenuse osutamiseks. Seejärel me tavaliselt mõõdame, kaalume patsienti, mis on meie jaoks oluline, läheme edasi vastuvõttu, uurime haiguse ajaloo kohta, küsime, mida patsient kaebab, joonistame perekonna sugupuu ja seejärel teeme läbivaatuse. Nüüd ma vaatan, kuidas su silmad töötavad. Et vaata palun selle kaamri järgi, väga hea. Ja väga hästi vaatad, kõik on hästi. Vaatame ülespoole kannatuke ja allapoole, väga hästi. Nii, aga näita mulle nüüd oma hambaid, oma suud ja väga hea, väga ilusad, kõik on hästi. Väga tihti laseme kõndida, uurime, kuidas on refleksid, kuulame, vaatame silmi, vahedusel kõrvu ja hindame ka välimust. Me tavaliselt vaatame ka alati näiteks sõrmi ja varbaid, mis ei ole tavapärane teistes vastuvõttudes. Tahan su varbaid vaadata, kuidas su varbad on siin kasvanud ja jalavarbad on sul väga
Let's check your toes. Yeah, they look really nice. Everything looks very nice.
Seejärel peale läbivaatust ja kõikide andmete kogumist me teeme uuringute plaani ja patsient liigub vastuvõtukabinetist protseduuride tuppa, kus siis võetakse vastavad analüüsid. Vereproov, vajadusel uriiniproov ja teatud juhtudel võtame ka nahaproovi. Ja need proovid liiguvad siis laborisse, kus nad siis analüüsitakse ja kui analüüsi tulemused on tulnud, siis me kutsume patsiendi uuesti korduvale vastuvõtule, selgitame leitud muutusi, kui on kinnitunud päriliku haiguse diagnoos, siis selgitame haiguse olemust ja kui sellele haigusele on tulemas ravi, siis ka kohe määrame ravi ja väljastame ravimi. Harvikhaiguste kompetentsi meeskonda kuuluvad meditsiinigeneetikud, õendus- ja sotsiaaltöö koordinaator, aga vajadusel kaasame me ka kõikide teiste erialade spetsialiste, kaasa arvatud psühholoogi abi. Meile saavad patsienti suunata kõikide erialade spetsialistid ja pöörduda saab ka otse täites online vormi. Täpne info on leitav meie keskuse kodulehelt.
erinevatel spordiüritustel. Ma ei teadnud, et ta eesnimi Kevin on.
I didn't know that the bear was called Kevin, so that's something new for me.
Võimaluse sul siis oma esitluse juurde asuda, aga meil on täna ka võimalik küsimusi esitada kõikidele nendele, kes siis täna ettekandeid teevad. Selleks on olemas selline keskkond nagu slido.com ja meil peaks siis äkki tulema slaid ja ma loodan, kus on ka olemas QR-kood. Ma seisan ees.
There is a QR code.
Inglise keeles ja eesti keeles, et kui te lähete slido.com lehele, siis seal panete hashtagi kas siis inglise keeles rare.siis või hashtag harvikhaigused eesti keeles. Ja teil on võimalik esitada küsimusi. Iga ettekande lõpus on meil ettekandjale siis võimalik need küsimused esitada ja ettekandja saab neile vastata. Ja meil on ka publiku küsimus, üks nagu selline veidikene võib-olla teadmiste kontroll. Ja sellelegi saab vastata siis sellele küsitlusele seal Slido keskkonnas. slido.com ja
vastused
siis iga sessiooni lõpus. Nii et olgu siis ka publiku küsimus ära esitatud, see on valikvastustega. Ja meie esimene publiku küsimus täna on, milline oli Eestis esimene harvikhaigus, mille puhul alustati eritoiduga dieetravi.
What was the first rare disease in Estonia for which dietary special diets were started? And there are 3 options that you can choose from.
Ja kui meie 2 esimest ettekannet on ära olnud, siis me saame nendele küsimustele ka õiged vastused ette öelda teile siia.
And after we have listened to the first 2 presentations, we can also learn what the correct answers are. So what was the first rare disease in Estonia for which dietary special diets were started? But now we will start with the first presentation, a journey with a rare disease with missed treatment opportunity by Professor Katrin Ouna. I will talk about a young girl, a 12 years old girl. Let's see if I can show you my presentation.
Okei, selge. Selgub, et ma pean ise klikkima.
Let's see.
Nii. Siin on nüüd see slido info. Selgub, et me oleksime pidanud seda ise klikkima. Saime teada.
And the Slido information is also here. So you can find the questions there. But let's start with the journey of my patient. Firstly, I want to mention that I have no conflict of interest and the patient's family has agreed for me to talk about the case.
Ja see lugu on ühest tüdrukust, kus ta näeb vasakul normaalseid närvirakke.
And it's a story about the girl where we have normal neurons on the left and damaged neurons on the right. So we can see the development of the disease that I will try to explain in detail. First, anamnesis was that she was born on term. No issues at birth. She started walking at the right time when she was 1 year old. The speech development was also proper and no complaints in the kindergarten. But in the first grade, we have first learning problems in school. In the second year, she's sent to a smaller special class with a special curriculum. And she is diagnosed with hyperkinetic and mixed disorder. In the third year, parents note clumsiness, issues with motor functions because it's a very active family. They can see that the girl cannot play ball or climb trees. In the 5th year, there is also a slight mental impairment, and they consult with a neurologist. And in January 2022, a year ago, she is diagnosed with a rare disease. And the diagnosis is metachromatic leukodystrophy, or MLD. And we can see the results from the lab here. So there were 2 rare mutations in the ARSA gene. And one mutation had already been described previously. The other one is novel and hasn't been described in different databases before. And also with MRI, we can see that there is signs of white matter atrophy. And therefore, the conclusion is that the diagnosis is MLD. And coming back to the neurons, we can see in red the aryl sulfatase A, which is non-existent in damaged cells. And as sulfatides are accumulated, then the nervous damage is produced. The family turned to us in January 2022, and they tell us that their child has been diagnosed with MLD and that they would like to get additional information because their neurologist, Dr. Sander, hadn't had any experience, and the only information available was on Google. And in March, I received the patient for an outpatient visit. And first, we conduct genetic analysis on the family genes. And then we determine the activity of aryl sulfatase A. And we send the tests to the Netherlands. And testing the parents took longer because it turned out that the allele of one of the parents had no mutations. At the same time, we have a social worker helping the family, organizing therapy and requesting a disability benefit. When we learned about the diagnosis, we already knew that Libmeldi had received the marketing authorization in January the same year. But as you can see here, it is indicated for late infantile or early juvenile forms, and it doesn't apply to our case. Therefore, we visited clinicaltrial.gov website, trying to search the different clinical researches, and we found a study that applied to our patient. Our patient met the different criteria, that the disease started after the 7th year of age, and that the IQ was over 85. Psychiatrist had an appointment with the patient on the 30th of November, and the IQ was 71, so lower than 85. So we had a slight mental impairment. We were hopeful that would get an exception. The first panel was on the 31st of March, where we discussed the gene therapy options with Libmeldi, and also alternatively talked about bone marrow transplantation, which should make the progression of the disease slower. But the Italian center replied that they cannot include our patient in their clinical trial because of the IQ. And also there was peripheral nervous damage already. In the second panel, we had Italian colleagues, Francesca Fumagalli and Valeria Calvi, taking part of the panel as well. And we wanted to know why they didn't recommend gene therapy. And the restriction came from the manufacturer that said that they make no exceptions, that they have a long list of families waiting to get in the trial. And if the IQ result is too low, then no exceptions are made. So the result was that it wasn't possible to include the patient in the study or buy the medicine with market authorization. So the only option was bone marrow transplantation. And also consulted with ERN platform. I talked to Professor Nicole Wolf, and she replied that Libeldi is not possible in this case, and that bone marrow transplantation is problematic because the previous chemotherapy can affect the nervous system. So that is a huge risk factor. And a PhD student of hers was collecting data about such patients, and the literature showed that with the slight cognitive impairment and motor function issues, sometimes the bone marrow transplantation is used, sometimes not, and no significant change has been seen in the progression of the disease. She recommended to register the patient in the MLD registry. We did that. And they said it's always possible to get additional advice also from the European MLD group, to be in direct contact with other families. And the family also consulted with Dr. Ain Kaare. And here we have an email of the mother.
Here you can see the wording. So we did have a donor. We had found a donor for the transplantation. But in the end, the family decided that they wouldn't go on with the transplantation, but they would live with the disease as it is. They weighed all the pros and cons. So we also had a third doctor's panel. And then the mother asked us whether they should come to our appointment, and they did come on the 21st of September. We had a general physical examination, and the decision was that a neurologist should see the child at least once a year. And it was decided that the family still needs psychological support. They had also joined the international group for families with rare diseases, and they were really hoping for having such a group in Estonia. We have thought about organizing a group like this in Estonia as well. But what could have been changed for this girl? When we go back to the same drawing, then we can see that the problem started at the age of 7. So she was sent to a psychiatrist at the age of 8. My question here is, why didn't anybody think when the girl was in the 1st grade that what was wrong with the girl? Because for the first 7 years of her life, her development was normal. Why wasn't she referred to tests? Because then she might have had the opportunity to participate in the clinical trials, and she might have received treatments. I do have an extract here from the medical history, an examination that was made in the Rajaleidla Center in December 2018. And you can see here that here we have red flags because we had an 8-year-old girl who wasn't able to say things about her surroundings. She didn't know the order of seasons. In 2021, the child was monitored by a psychiatrist, but the first neurologist that she was referred to said that there is no need for any further examination, but the parents were still worried, of course. We often see that although specialists might tell parents that everything is fine, the parents are still worried because they can feel that something is wrong. And to finish, here is an article from The Guardian, an UK newspaper, and here we had a little girl in the UK who received gene therapy. And this was conducted in a timely manner because her older sister had been diagnosed with disease. So the older sister saved his life because he received timely treatment. In the end, I would like to thank everybody who has helped us in this long journey, starting from hematologists, our colleagues in the Netherlands and in Italy, also our children neurologists and other people who have helped us with this case. Thank you. Okay, we have the answers here. So hopefully we will get some questions as well. But first of all, I would like to say that we do take questions from Slido, but if you have any questions in the audience, then you can just raise your hand. We have microphones here, so you can ask questions on the same topic. Katrin, how frequently do stories like this happen? Do you mean how frequently it happens that we have to discuss a case over and over again? Yes, I mean that you have to consult different doctors. The parents don't know what's happening because the disease was diagnosed too late. Is it the same pattern with every case? I would say that we have about one complicated case a month. This is the kind of a case where we have to do it step by step. We get about 15 to 20 patients a month. And often we refer them to an oncologist or a dermatologist. But about 1 or 2 cases a month are the cases that we discuss a lot. So about 12 cases like this per year. Unfortunately, I can't see the slide of questions here. So if you have asked a question, you can maybe raise your hand as well. But how often it happens that the parents decide that they will not go on with this topic? Yes, we have had cases where we have done treatment. For example, with Kevin Sander, we started treatment. Sometimes patients undergo clinical trials. Sometimes they haven't been successful, but the parents were still successful, still happy that they made the decision and they tried. But sometimes treatment works, so things improve. But sometimes we have to weigh the pros and cons. And this is not our decision to make. It's up to the parents to make a decision for the child. So what is this ERN platform that you mentioned? The consultation platform. So this is the European Reference Network. This includes different groups of rare diseases. On this platform, we can consult patients, and to use that, the parents have to sign a consent form with the doctor. We are also working on signing a contract with the Estonian Health Insurance Fund so that they would reimburse using this platform. Now, we use the Children's Foundation if the doctor of the child decides this is necessary. Then we apply for the support from the Children's Foundation. Okay, thank you. And now let's go on with the following presentation. But before that, a question from the audience, or question to the audience, sorry. So the second question, how many congenital rare diseases can be found by the Estonian screening conducted on newborns? So is it 22, 14, or 28? You can answer this question during the presentation. And after that, we will give you the correct answer. So how many congenital rare diseases can be discovered in Estonia by the newborn screening? Is it 22, 14, or 28? But now let's go to our second presentation. So we have Kristi Tall from the Rare Disease Center of the Tartu University Hospital. Professor Katrin Õunak gave an overview of a journey of a patient in the Rare Disease Center. I will also speak about a patient's journey, and in this case, we are speaking about neurofibromatosis 1 or NF1. So maybe I will tell you about the disease a little bit. As you can see, this disease has several names. It's also called von Recklinghauser disease. And it was first described in the 19th century. So this is an autosome dominant inheritance. And its prevalence is 1 out of 2,000. In approximately 50% of cases, we have a spontaneous de novo mutation. And about 50%, this is inherited. In about 50% of children, the symptoms arise when they are under 1 year old. And it damages different organ systems, so skin, nervous system, bones, eyes. In about up to 81% of individuals, they have an increased risk of cognitive impairments, learning disabilities, and mental health disorders. And about 40% of them have attention deficit disorder. And there is also an increased risk for malignancies. I will speak about plexiform neurofibroma. These are cutaneous or subcutaneous tumors. The cutaneous ones appear in children by the time they're about 7 years old. This can cause pain, discomfort, and paresthesia. The subcutaneous neurofibromas can cause more complications, also pain and paresthesia. Neurofibromas tend to increase in size during puberty and in women also during pregnancy. In about 30 to 50% of NF1 patients, there are plexiform neurofibromas. So these are non-malignant peripheral nerve sheath tumors. They can occur anywhere in the body. And they can cause substantial morbidities. They generally develop around nerve roots, and they also may infiltrate soft tissues. So the complaints depend on the localization, the extent and the size of the tumor. And this is why different patients have different complaints. And what's especially troublesome, in about 15% of patients, these plexiform neurofibromas might develop into an aggressive sarcoma. They can become malignant. Speaking about treatment, then NF1 doesn't have causative treatment at the moment. There are clinical trials investigating gene therapy, but we can't use that at the moment. So we have symptomatic treatment, and we have a multidisciplinary team who observes the patient. So if necessary and if needed, we can have symptomatic treatment. With plexiform neurofibromas, we can remove them surgically. But this is quite complicated because they can be widespread. They usually surround different other tissues and blood vessels. And often it's not possible to remove the entire neurofibroma. And sometimes there is a recidivity. The neurofibromas come back after surgery. When we have inoperable symptomatic plexiform neurofibromas, then starting from the 31st of July 2018, there is an approved medicine that has been authorized to use. The active ingredient of this medicine is selumetinib, and it's called Koselugo. It helps to decrease the size of these neurofibromas so that they could be operated on. So this is the follow-up instruction. You can't read very well, the font is small, but the idea is that the disease load is very high with these patients, so they have to be followed up by different specialists. And they have to be followed up regularly. Another thing I'd like to stress, medical monitoring for breast cancer should begin at the age of 40 with these patients. But now let's go to our patient. We have a 15-year-old girl who was referred to the Competence Center for Rare Diseases by dermatologist Dr. Cook on suspicion of NF1. The patient complained that she had nodules on her arms. They arose about a year ago, and they hindered certain types of physical activity, so she couldn't participate in sports. Otherwise, the girl was healthy. She didn't have any other health problems, and the early development age, the development was age appropriate. She was the only child in the family. The mother had similar nodules, and the girl's maternal grandmother had a clinical diagnosis of NF1. The girl was an only child, and her mother was an only child, and her maternal grandmother was also an only child in her family. So here you can see the objective findings described by a dermatologist. There are firm papules on the arms, thighs, trunk, all over the scalp. There is no significant pain on palpation, but when there is a slight pressure, then the girl says that they do hurt a little bit. With the NF1, we often also find cafe au lait spots. The girl also has these, more than 6. They are more than 5 millimeters in size with different shapes and sizes. The largest is on the inner surface of the left upper arm. Also, we have a positive Krause symptom. This is also characteristic of NF1. So we have inguinally and axillary, we have light freckles, but she has no itching. All other tests are fine. The thyroid gland is fine. And with NF1, sometimes there are Lisch nodules in the eye. What also characterizes these patients is shorter height and a slightly increased head circumference. So you can see the growth parameters here on the slide: OFC plus 2 ST, height 0 ST. Blood pressure is normal. Here we can see the analysis conducted by the genetician. So in the result of genetic testing, we had the official diagnosis, and then we also had an ultrasound and an MRI. So we referred to the girl to the neurologist and also to the children's ophthalmologist.
In the ultrasound, we can see different size nodules, and the radiologist recommends an MRI. And we run several MRIs of the brain and the pelvic region and the whole body even. And we find the plexiform neurofibromas in the pelvic and groin region and all over the body. And also in the neck area as well, in C1, C2, and also C2, C3. We have different foci, and they extend into the spinal canal. So the questions that were arisen were if they were operable, what therapies were tangible options with the medicines I mentioned. And if we started treatment, then who would further monitor the patient, because we need a multidisciplinary team who would lead the team. And our panel's decision was taken to the ERN network. And we have one of the units that deals with this kind of conditions. And as a summary of the different decisions taken by the panels and the final results. So what is the scheme that this girl needs? The first decision was the following. The selomitin preparation. As always, we have expected effect and side effects. Then the further monitoring scheme, MRI in the neck region after 3 months, for the whole body, taking into account the plexiform neurofibers dispersed all over the body. We have to conduct an whole body MRI once or twice a year. Now we have symptoms, but if the pain is constant, not only under pressure, then we have to appoint a surgeon or oncologist consultation. In case of malignant neurofibroma, we need repetitive consultations with the oncologist to see what the treatment options are. And the team of ERN Genturis offered that in case of additional questions, we could always turn to them. That was the journey of this patient. Thank you to the whole team. First question from me. What happened to the patient? We are monitoring the patient. We have had several MRIs. Fortunately, the nodules haven't evolved further. And her mother, as a very shy person, hadn't consulted with a physician. So now we also started analyzing the mother. So the NF1 came from the mother, but none of the nodules of the mother's body have become malignant. Due to the age of the mother, we are monitoring for breast cancer, whereas the usual screening is from the 50th year of age. Then with the mother, we started it earlier. Another question: how can we notify the school of the patient to be successful in the physical education classes? This patient doesn't have to participate in the PE classes. And in general, the notifications are decided by the parents. But in general, in physical educations, these patients don't have to take part. Any other questions from the audience? Maybe you can raise your hand or raise your questions on Slido if you use the hashtag rare-disease or the hashtag in Estonian. So you mentioned there were several questions regarding this case. Did you get answers to your long list of questions? That's why we meet so often. Therefore, we have our medical panel so that we can discuss the issues in a group, collect all the available data. There are several panel members also here. Dr. Eve Õiglane is here, Dr. Terje Cook. They also participate in the panel. We have another question. What does the mental health of the patient look like today? We are talking about a very shy family, a shy patient. She's an exemplary student, very good results in school. And her self-esteem, it depends. I mean, you can see the nodules on the skin. It's a cosmetic issue, but the patients sort of adapt to it, even though it's not pleasant. What does the daily life look like in this case? She's doing very well in school and just skips the physical education classes. So no other complaints besides the nodules, are there? No. Well, she has to see doctors regularly, but otherwise, no issues. Any other questions? If not, then thank you, Kristi. And let's now look at the audience questions. We have finished with the 2 first presentations, so we can discuss the correct answers. The first question was, what was the first rare disease in Estonia for which dietary specialist diets were started? The options were phenylketonuria, classic galactosemia, and cystic fibrosis. And I think the main answer given was phenylketonuria. That's correct. That was the first rare disease. It was in 1993 we started our screening, but the dietary treatment existed already before. Galactosemia can be treated also with a dietary approach, but with cystic fibrosis, for example, we have some dietary recommendations, but not a dietary special diet per se. And about the congenital rare diseases in newborn screening, then we can detect 22. 20 are inherited metabolic diseases. And SMA is a pilot project right now. Is it possible to increase this number in the future? Definitely. We can include new diseases, but we have different criteria. We need a test that we can use, that the disease can be treated and that the prevalence is high enough. So if we find a disease that is prevalent enough, then we can apply for screening. We can make the application to the ethics committee. We can improve the life of the patients, etc. How successful is the screening? What's the probability to get the good results? A large part of the population is included in Estonia, 99.5%. Very few families decide not to take part of the screening. And why do we have such good inclusion? Well, this is the work of the medical personnel, of course, in the hospitals, explaining to the patients why the screening is needed, also the different brochures and other additional materials. So therefore, we can prevent the different diseases and detect them early. And of course, we include the diseases that can be treated in Estonia. So most gave the correct answer, fortunately. And now we can continue to our next session. Thank you. So we're now starting our second session. First of all, we have an audience question. That is, which treatment that improves the gene function of a disease is reimbursed 100% by the Estonian Health Insurance Fund? We have spinal muscular atrophy, cystic fibrosis, or Duchenne muscular dystrophy. But first, we will continue with the next presentation. And I would ask Hendra Raud to join me on the stage. Ah, she's online. Great. Hi, Hendra.
Tere!
Can you hear
Mina
us?
kuulen väga hästi.
Hello. Yes, I can hear you. We can also hear you and see you. So Hendra is a young woman, quite popular in the Estonian media, and she has SMA type 2. And we all know here in Estonia that she was born too early, like 2.5 weeks too early, so they didn't get the reimbursement from the health insurance fund. But we will hear it in detail now from Henra. You have the floor.
Tervist ka minu poolt, et mina kahjuks ei saanud tulla, kuna ma jäin
I'm
haigeks
sorry, I
aga
couldn't come to
ma mõtlesin,
Radisson
et ma
because
sooviksin jagada
I'm
enda
ill
lugu
currently,
teiega, et mis tähendab,
but I wanted to share my
mida
story
tähendab
with
elada
you.
koos SMA-2 teise
What does
tüübiga,
it
et
mean
ma
to
alustan
live
algusest.
having an
Ma alustan
SMA
sellest
diagnosis?
momendist, kui ma
To start
esimest
from
korda
the very
teadvustasin,
beginning,
et
I would like to tell
minu
you about
keha
the
on
moment
teistest
where
erinev
I realized
ja
that my
ma
body
sain
is
seda
different.
tunda või ma teadvustasin seda siis, kui ma läksin lasteaeda ja
It happened
mul
when
tekkis see
I
võrdlusmoment
started
teiste lastega,
kindergarten and I was able to compare
sain aru,
myself with other children. I then saw that I wasn't able to do the same things. And so that, you know, I am in a wheelchair. I used to be quite strong. So I had no muscular issues in the beginning. But as a teenager, then I started noting the symptoms more and more. When I traveled, went out with friends, staying out late and partying, then the next day I was totally out. Others told me that it was only normal, that if you were out partying all night, then it was to be expected. But I noticed that if I was invited to go out again the next weekend, then the rest of my friends were full of energy again, but I didn't feel the same. I was still tired from the last time. I felt as if a piece of me was missing, and it turned into a pattern. Every time I was more active physically, then I lost piece by piece. I lost my strength every time. When I was about 17, 18 years old, I was able to understand that my strength was limited and my lifespan was sort of also limited. We could compare it to the battery levels of a phone. When you wake up in the morning, you look at the battery icon to see how much strength you have, and it wasn't more than 3/4 usually. And it got more and more serious, even though I had always had quite a lot of strength. Then when I started university, the studies were so intense that even though I was mentally motivated and inspired, I had the mental energy and I had people encouraging me, I still realized that something was off. Especially when I went to bed, then I could feel that my heartbeat was getting slower but stronger at the same time. I was quite often afraid to fall asleep because I didn't know if I would wake up in the morning due to my weak body. I also started to have a spasm, involuntary movements. And it took me at least half a year before I turned to a physician because I always thought it was something temporary. And when I had a more relaxed period in the university, then I would get back my strength. I didn't consider the option that this condition would be something permanent. So I went to see a doctor. It was about a year ago. And I told the doctor that I was extremely tired. I told the doctor that I was mentally extremely awake, but my body was sort of dying out. I had a scoliosis that was affecting my nerves and the muscles. I had spasms, involuntary movements, etc. And instead of resting, which was necessary for my body started to self-destruct. So I asked my doctor what I should do, because I was just so tired. I didn't want to accept the fact that this could be permanent. I was thinking about massage or physiotherapy, but I wanted just to know how to change my lifestyle to get more energy. But my doctor told me that that was what my life would look like, that I wouldn't have the previous strength back anymore. It was a normal progression of my disease. I felt I was on the limit. I felt that I had only a couple of years left, maybe. And I realized I just had to start the acceptance process. Despite being a young student, despite not having a family, I just had to accept that I had little time left. To be honest, I didn't really accept it, not fully. A person cannot accept it. A person can feel that the body is not functioning properly, but it's impossible, unreal to accept it. And my mother didn't accept it either. After the appointment with the doctor, me and my mother, we really didn't discuss it, because what can you say? So it was a very dark time for me. I remember bits and pieces of it only. And instead of resting, I started doing the opposite. I went out as much as possible, meeting everybody, meeting people I hadn't seen for a long time, visiting places where I hadn't been for a long time, because I was aware that this could be the last time I see these people, the last time I can be with my friends, participate in a project, etc. I didn't tell anybody about it, of course, because, as I mentioned, I really didn't get it, not fully. So that was a couple of months of my life living like that. And it's sort of funny or weird that you can't really do anything about it. You just have to continue your life as everything was normal, going to the university, laughing with your fellow students, etc. And I know I'm not the only one in such a situation. At one point, I received an email suggesting that I should contact the Children's Foundation, telling them about myself, about the need for the treatment, etc. And my mental state told me that I just have to try. What else can I do? So I wrote the email. We had a couple of calls. They told me they would support me as much as possible, hoping that everything would work out eventually. And then I received a phone call letting me know that I would get the treatment. My reply was just okay, saying, okay, what will happen now? It was difficult to comprehend how non-existence turned suddenly into existence again. I had already realized that my time was running out, but then suddenly all the problems were sort of solved. I was totally shocked, but glad at the same time, of course. It's still difficult to put it into words because it has been an unreal experience receiving all this support from the foundation and also other people. When I started with the treatment, I was already on my limits. I had just had spasms the previous day. I was exhausted in the morning. So I just started with the medicine thinking that it was the only thing I could do. There was nothing more left. And after a week and a half, I started noticing changes in my body. I was physically and mentally more awake. I didn't feel sleepy. I was able to be active or awake during the whole day, use my hands, wash my hair. I was able to do everything myself. And it gave me such additional motivation that I was thrilled. I didn't have to accept the fact that it was the last time I was seeing somebody, etc. So the change to positivity was so fast that the next time I saw my doctor and we measured my hands, it was extremely surprising. I had only thought that probably the treatment would stabilize my condition, but I hadn't thought about the option that it would make me stronger and that I would be able to dance in for 12 hours in a row. I hadn't expected I would have so much energy that I just would want to waste it. And when I went to the rehabilitation center for a checkup, then they said that if physical therapy was not enough in 4 sessions, then they would send me to a gym. And I realized that when I started exercising more and more, I became stronger and stronger. And we saw that exercise helped me to become stronger. But more than that, it improved my endurance. I was able to do more repetitions when exercising. So I wasn't able to raise more weight, but I was able to do more repetitions. in summer, I thought that it was already my peak performance, but in autumn I changed my training plan and I realized that I could even notice muscles developing on my body and that endurance was the key. And again, I realized something new. I realized that I could do more. So last year has been awesome, the best year in my life. It has passed by very quickly, and I'm really, really grateful. The Children's Foundation has supported me enormously. And my dream would be to help others with similar conditions so that adults could also receive treatments. Because during the whole year, I had to prove that I was worthy of the treatment, that it made sense to give me the treatment. That's why I participated in different projects. I wanted to be like a valuable member of the society. But sometimes I feel that I would just like to be an average young student studying instead of constantly talking to the media, writing media articles, appearing on TV. I just want a normal life. So this was my story. If you have any questions, then I would really glad to answer them.
Thank you, Hendra, for sharing your story. And a round of applause. Let me see whether we have any questions, but I would like to ask you, how are you doing? You told us that you can lift a 1 kilo weight for 15 times. So how are things going? Well, I would say it's the same because during winter, I've taken things a bit easier because the cold weather has an effect on the joints. So in the spring, I would start to exercise more. I have heard other people saying the same thing, that they don't understand how I can do so much. They think that an average person shouldn't do as much as I do, but I can do it all. I go to the university, I participate in different projects at university, I do video projects, social projects. I participate in the work of different organizations, I write articles, so I'm constantly active. Right now at the Baltic Film and Media School, I have this live TV show, so I'm the producer and the director. And I have 24 people working on my team. But I also do art, I go out. So I'm fine. I'm very happy with my life. We can hear that. And I don't think that we manage to do as many things as you do. But Professor Onap, would you comment Hendra's case? Yes, I have her exercise routine here on the right-hand screen. And here you can see how her physiotherapist has measured the improvement in her muscular strength. And I also wanted to comment the rules of the Estonian Health Insurance Fund. So her medicine is reimbursed by the Health Insurance Fund by in 100%. So Hendra has SMA type 2, so she fits the criteria. And another criteria is that the patient should be under 19 years of age. So here you can see her medical history, the gene test results. you can see the conditions on risdiplam. Here you can see the increased muscular strength. Even her legs have become stronger, although she's in a wheelchair. And a month ago, I filled in an application for Hendra to continue with risdiplam. Hendra also mentioned another person with the same diagnosis, SMA2. This is a 22-year-old woman who also studies at the Tallinn University, and they share a birthday on the 17th of January. This seemed unreal, but this is the case. But she isn't as active. She's a bit more modest. She doesn't want to talk to the media. So I filed in both applications to the Health Insurance Fund a month ago, but I haven't received an answer yet. So I am not sure what will happen. If you have any questions to Hendra, you can raise your arm or you can write them in Slido. But Hendra, could you please explain? So you don't have the answer to your application yet. So how often do you have to take the drug, and what's the amount that you have to pay for it? So I have to take it until the end of my life. I am her doctor, and I don't know about the amount. So this is up to the Health Insurance Fund to agree on the cost of the treatment. Are there any other questions to Hendra? Because there was another question that came to me while you were speaking. When you were speaking about how you felt down and you felt that you had no solutions to your situation, at this point, were you trying to find other people with a similar fate? Or would it have helped you if you had had the chance to speak to somebody who was undergoing the same situation? Maybe at the beginning, I was hoping that I could share my story with somebody who was, but I think that all conversations would end up in the same way. I have spoken about my situation with the other young woman who has SMA type 2. But I haven't really studied this disease in depth because I have tried to kind of avoid the fact that, things go as they go. When I was about 18 or 19, I Googled the life expectancy of SMA type 2. So the average life expectancy is 20 or 25 years. And so this is why I haven't really researched my disease. The other SMA type 2 patients I have known, they aren't doing as well as I am. Some of them are younger than me and they are worse, and at some point they die. So maybe you do get some help when you speak to your to other people who are in a similar situation, but I think it's a bit depressive. So I don't know if this is the answer you were expecting, but this is what came to my mind. I'm just thinking that your answer to your solution is to talk to people, to go out, to experience what life has to offer, not to kind of stay at home. And oh, we have another question. So we were speaking about the cost of the treatment. It's 200,000 euros a year. So for a student, it's not possible to get this kind of money. And Hendra came to the Children's Foundation on the recommendation of her doctor, Dr. Talvik. She approached the Children's Foundation. So she came to me last year at the same conference, and she told me that I have this very nice young person and she didn't get the health insurance funds financing because she's a little bit too old, and she asked me whether we could support her. And at this point, I told Dr. Talvik that, of course, Hendra should write to us, and our committee would make the decision. And I was hoping back then that it would be a positive decision, and indeed it was. And commenting on the other girl that we have been speaking about, Professor Onap filed in the application, so we are all very hopeful for a positive result from the health insurance fund. But I would like to stress that we will definitely continue supporting the other girl as well. So the way that we got to know about her was actually through her physiotherapist, who approached us and said that there was this girl who was in a similar situation to Hendra, who was also a young student, and she would also need help. And so she also ended up at the Dr. Onap's appointment. So even if the health insurance fund will not support their treatment, we will continue supporting them. This is what I can promise. So we don't have the positive decision right now, and so we bought a new doses of treatment for Hendra at the beginning of this month. So Hendra, how are you doing today? Well, today I feel a bit under the weather. So today I'm taking it easy. Thank you, Hendra, for joining us. Thank you. Thank you. And now let's move on to our next presentation. But before that, we have a question to the audience. We have 2 questions before the next presentation, and you can answer in Slido. How many children with a rare disease receive support from the children's foundations today? And how many children receive support from the children's foundations for the treatment and support services? So the options for the first questions are 10, 19, and 6, and for the second question, 44, 63, or 51. But now I'm happy to welcome a parent, Jelena Vigul, on stage. And she will tell us about her family's experience with a child with androxaplasia. So hello from me as well. I am the mother of Sander Lukas, and I will tell us our story. On the 20th of April, 2022 was the date when our life changed. We went to an ultrasound, and the doctor told us that there was a problem with the child. It was an ultrasound. I was still pregnant. It was the 31st week. And the doctor said that something was not right. So, but we didn't know yet. We just had to wait until he was born to be sure what the problem was. The only thing we knew that the limbs of the child were underdeveloped and the head was very big and it was tilting forward. So we were very reluctantly looking forward to the birth. We were scared. We didn't know what would happen. It was a very stressful time for us. We stayed at home and we didn't know what to do. We just had to wait and see what would happen. I was thinking about what could be compared to the feeling that we had, because we hadn't had an experience like that before. I felt that there was this heavy burden on us suddenly. We were caught under this burden and we didn't know what to do. We didn't know who would come and save us. This was a new and a very uncomfortable feeling. Sander Lukas was born on the 1st of July 2017. On the following day, she ended up in the intensive care unit because she had a brain hemorrhage for different reasons. He underwent a surgery. And we underwent a rehabilitation treatment, and it was a long recovery. And I understood that this was the beginning of our journey. We didn't have a diagnosis back then because our main goal was for him to survive. The surgery was successful, so we underwent a rehabilitation. And when the time was right, we had the genetic test, and we found out that Sander had achondroplasia. So we had to learn to live with this knowledge. We had a lot of questions. We didn't have many answers. The main question was, of course, whether this disease can be treated. Our goal was to help the child. We read up on about this disease. Back then, the only treatment was to elongate the bones. So there were these surgeries to make limbs longer, first arms, then legs. But these surgeries are not performed in Estonia. So we read about possibilities to go abroad. But this also meant that our life changed completely. Because usually, they break bones and they elongate bones, and there are these mechanisms, and that the child has to learn to walk again. So it was all very complicated, and we had to consider this very carefully, especially considering that we have another child who wants to live their life. At some point, we worked really hard with Sander so that he would walk and he would speak, because we didn't know how he would develop after the surgery. In about 2018, we started to read about this new biomarine treatment. It was undergoing clinical studies. It didn't have a marketing authorization yet, but the initial results were very good. So we got this little hope that maybe we could get this treatment for our child to make his life better. And this is how we lived. And once this medicine got marketing authorization in Europe, and we found out how much it cost, it was a shock for us. It was a very expensive treatment. The first emotional reaction was to sell everything, to do everything we can, no matter what, but we will get this money. Then we calmed down and we started to calculate that even if we sold everything we had and we'd go to live in the forest, then maybe we could get this money to treat the child for a year or two, but that's not enough. I think the most horrible moment was when we realized that there was treatment. His life could be better, but maybe we can't afford it. When we speak about the diagnosis, then it's not just about the appearance, but there are other complications. It's not only the fact that he's shorter than others. He is limited physically. He has breathing issues. He has sleep apnea. On the one hand, there was hope that things could be better, but on the other hand, we understood that we couldn't afford it. So we were helpless. Despite the fact that we would like to have this treatment, and this treatment exists somewhere in the world, but we just can't afford it. At some point, somebody came and lifted this heavy burden. This was the Children's Foundation of the Tartu University Hospital. They offered to help us. To be honest, this was a true miracle for us. It seemed like a dream. Then we started our cooperation with the Children's Foundation. We also contacted the Health Insurance Fund and our local government. Sander has received the treatment for 6 months. We inject him on a daily basis. This treatment, this medicine is called Voxzogo. And I would say that it was high time to start the treatment, because he was starting to get the feeling that he was different from other children, that there was something wrong with him. He goes to a regular kindergarten in a regular group, and by now he looks very different from other children. Of course, children notice that he is short, he can't keep up with others, he needs more time. His physical development is not equivalent to that of the others. But on the other hand, he is very active, he's socially active, he's well developed socially. But the fact that he's physically not equal to others, this makes him sad. Of course, we try to support him as much as we can. We as parents, we work really hard for the child to see that the fact that he's different doesn't necessarily mean that there is something wrong with him. He's not worse than others. So when we got the chance to get him the treatment, this was the very same time when he started to compare himself with other children. So it was a good motivation for him to get the injection every evening. Of course, it is painful, the injection, and at first he was saying that he didn't want to have it and he didn't understand why he needed it. But we could explain to him that, you know, when we inject you, you might grow taller and you might be more similar to other children, maybe not as tall as the other children, but still taller than you are now, and you can run faster, and you can climb up this cupboard, and you can get your own stuff. Things like washing himself and going to the toilet, these are difficult for him. He needs to ask for help, and these are things that make him sad, because he's 6 years old and he should be able to do these things by himself. He turned 6 in July this year, but he's too short. We have to give him some sort of steps or something for him to reach all these shelves and the toilet and everything. At home, we have made our home as convenient for him as possible so he can reach things. But of course, at kindergarten, we can't do that. We have also started to think about school, how to make things comfortable for him there. But fortunately, we have some time. We have 2 years until he starts school. So I'm hopeful that he will grow a bit taller, because the initial results are very good. He received the first injection in August 2022. And in the first 3 months, he grew 2 centimeters. He is very well motivated. He goes to measure himself. We have these little lines on the fridge, and he wants to be measured. His initial goal was to push the button number 4 in the lift, because we live on the 4th floor. At the beginning of treatment, he couldn't reach the button. He had to jump. But now he can reach this button by himself, and this makes him very happy. So number 5 is our following goal. We are very grateful to the Children's Foundation for having received this opportunity. We have treatment. The child has the opportunity to grow. His life is no longer so limited. He doesn't have to worry anymore. He doesn't have to compare himself to others. We are very hopeful that the things will go on as well as they have been so far. The initial results are very good. He hasn't had any complications with the medicine. He has tolerated it very well, and he himself is also very motivated because the treatment came in at the very right moment. He is old enough for him to compare himself to others. And this is, he's the kind of a boy who wants to become the first. And he's always very disappointed when he can't keep up with others. So I hope that in the next year's conference, Sander will be here himself, speaking about his development and his progress. So indeed, I would really like to thank the Children's Foundation from our family. So this is it from me. Do you have any questions? Thank you, Jelena. Thank you for sharing your story. You spoke from the parents' perspective. How much did you, as parents, receive support in this situation? I assume that you hadn't heard about the disease before. No, I hadn't heard about it. I had seen people like this, but I hadn't really investigated it. I knew that there were some people who were shorter than others. But how much support did you as parents get in this process? From diagnosis until today, yes, so we did receive information from doctors, from gene specialists, all people who were working with Sander, physiotherapists, massage therapists, swimming instructors. We received a lot of support. For the first 2 years of his life, this was a full-time job to go to different therapies. Because we are the people who are interested in his well-being, but we received a lot of support from different specialists. We didn't feel alone. Any problems we had, we could ask his doctor or his orthopedician or any other specialists, because he had many other problems with joints and his muscles and bones. He has to be very active for his muscles to stay strong. So we have received a lot of support. And another question, so who helps you? And how do you finance your support people? Who supports you? So me and my husband, we support each other. And then we have had psychologists. We both go to a psychologist. This is very important. It's important for us to be role models for the child. The child shouldn't see that it's difficult for us. Of course, we have better days, we have worse days. We try to be physically active, as all people, to keep in shape. But luckily, we are the type of a family who stays active. Our older child also helps us a lot. By now, we could leave Sander with her for an hour or two when we, I don't know, pop out for a second to go to a shop or to go for a walk. Okay, and the last question, how much do children grow with this medicine on the average? So the average height of a male adult who hasn't received treatment is 1 meter 35 or 40 centimeters. Then we don't have the final results with the treatment because the children who receive this treatment have not become adults yet, but if I'm not mistaken, it was 1.56 centimeters a year, the result of this treatment. Yes, but the results with our children exceed that. So we can see with Sander and also with other children that this treatment really works. So we hope that it will continue to be so. You also said that you were thinking about picking a school for Sander. You have to think about his condition. Have you received any help when picking a school? Well, we are still thinking about it. We do have some time. He will start preschool this year. First, when speaking about kindergarten, first he went to a private kindergarten when there were smaller groups, so that it would be easier for him. Because at the beginning, we were a bit afraid about how he would cope, but we saw that he was thriving in the private kindergarten, the private nursery. So we put him in the state kindergarten. We did have some difficulties, but we worked together with the teachers and the director of the kindergarten, and we have tried to make things as easy for Sander as we can, so that he wouldn't leave left out and he wouldn't feel bad in this environment. But of course, you get problems amongst children. You know, children point fingers and ask weird questions. But of course, children are children. When do you, or based on which the decision to end the treatment is made? It's not a lifelong treatment, but as long as the child grows, this treatment is done. So then you get better results. Do you think that the health insurance fund should finance this treatment if it's useful? Yes, of course. This is what we would like to have. So, and another comment here, you are a role model to other families. We completely agree. So thank you for coming.
Now let's get to the questions to the audience. So how many orphan drugs does the Children's Foundation support today, and how many treatments and support services for children with rare diseases does it support? So 19 is the correct answer for the first question and 51 for the second one. Actually, it's 52 because as Dr. Öglane already sent another patient for us yesterday, then it's 52. So among those 19 orphan drugs, we are not talking about highly expensive or ultra rare disease treatments. But we, for example, have the case of Cassandra there with a rare skin condition needing different kind of treatments over 1,000 euros a month only for band-aids and creams. And I'm sorry that our state is so small and we haven't reached an agreement to help people with such a rare disease and high expenses. I don't think we should reimburse the band-aids and creams in all cases, but if it's 1 in a million case, like Cassandra's case, then we should definitely do it. So we have different children that the Children's Foundation support. We will see the slides during the lunch break, and it's quite a long list. Yes, indeed. And about the question asked previously, that when treatment can be finished, then I want to say that we are always acting responsibly, using the funds responsibly. And our first support, that are the physicians, usually give a new evaluation for the patient and the treatment every 6 months. And if we see that the treatment is not working, then we also may decide to stop it, to be responsible with the sponsors' funds. And the second option is to stop the treatment when the health insurance fund starts reimbursing the treatment, or when our sponsor funds run out. To talk briefly about the children, you will see in a second. These are the most expensive cases we have. It's between 2.5 million and 200,000 euros. So it's too expensive for most of people. So they are fully dependent on our foundation. Thank you very much. And now we will have a break, but afterwards we will have the third session, where we will have a presentation in English titled How to Make Treatments for Rare Diseases Less Rare, presented by Tina Taube. And then we will also talk about the pharmaceutical manufacturer's view. We will have Mr. Laursar presenting. Then we will talk about the 50% treatment success, what it means to the health insurance fund, by Ryan Lane. Afterwards, we will have presentations from the Ministry of Social Affairs and their view, from the Minister of Health and Labour, Mr. Peterson, and also the Head of Health Network, Heli Paluste. And finally, we will talk about the Rajaleidja system. This is the education topic that we will address at the end by Ms. Berit Liba and Ms. Tina Kütt. But first of all, we will break for lunch. Thank you very much and see you later. Welcome back. I hope everybody had a nice lunch and enough energy to continue. We will move on to our next sessions and more interesting presentations, and we continue having questions to the public in the Slido environment, as you remember. So on the Slido platform, both people present here or online, you can ask questions or also answer the questions we put to the audience. And now we have the fifth or sixth question to the public. The fifth one. And the answers can be given on the Slido platform. And we will see the correct answer after the presentation. The question is, what was the first expensive rare disease treatment that was 100% reimbursed by the Estonian Health Insurance Fund? It's either enzyme replacement therapy for Fabry disease, enzyme replacement therapy for Gaucher disease, or phenylketonuria cofactor drug. But let's move on to the next presentation, the only one in English today, but we have transcription into Estonian. Täna hommikul oma lugusid meiega jagasid. Just need kogemused ja teekonnad motiveerivad meid edasi töötama ja otsima lahendusi nendele terviseprobleemidele. Ja nüüd omalt poolt ma tahaksin täiendada teie riikliku arutelu Euroopa Liidu vaatega, rääkida sellest, kuidas Euroopa Liidus erinevad huvirühmad üritavad leida lahendusi. Ja ma loodan, et minu ettekanne pole liialt tehnilis-poliitiline ja et te leiate siit endale nii mõndagi huvitavat. Hakkame siis pihta. Kõigepealt tahaksin rääkida veidi taustast. 2020. aasta lõpus võttis Euroopa Komisjon vastu ravimistrateegia, kus oli 4 pealeesmärki. Ühelt poolt tahetakse tagada kvaliteetsete ja ohutute ravimite kättesaadavus, aga samal ajal tugevdada ka sektori üleilmset konkurentsivõimet. Need eesmärgid võivad olla küll vastakad, aga see on tõesti suur väljakutse, et me suudaksime neid eesmärke täita. Ravimistrateegiast tuleb üle 50 nii seadusandliku kui muu kui seadusandliku akt. Meil on tegemist põhiaktidega, mis reguleerivad ravimite finantseerimist.
As well as the regulatory pathways to make it work for positive, negative benefit risk ratio in this regard for marketing authorization for those treatments. So this is for some of us once in a lifetime revision, because normally this package is somehow revised every 20 years. And we expect the proposal, how the text will be revised or should be revised by the Commission at the end of next month, with quite a bit of a delay. So we were envisaged already to discuss it, hopefully more in detail last year, but now everything moved until the end of March. So let us zoom in why this is important. And as I said, this is laying the foundation for investment and research and development within Europe and for Europe. Intellectual property is the key driver for medical innovation. Why? You all know drug development can take quite a long time, is risky and is costly. And the intellectual property ensures that pharmaceutical companies invest into this endeavor. And therefore, having this intellectual property and incentives ensures investment is taken, because investment is needed to be able to come up with, hopefully, the treatment solutions we need to meet the unmet medical need of tomorrow, and to discuss access solutions for the unmet medical need we have today and where we can offer a solution. And the European Union is doing quite a lot in this regard. And the next picture, don't be too worried. It's very colorful, but these are all the different incentives which are there and which we are about to discuss in the next couple of years with opening up this legislative process. And now zooming in into the orphan drug regulation, why there was the necessity felt to have it. The orphan drug regulation was introduced in 2000, so a bit more than 20 years ago. And before this regulation came into adoption, there were 8 treatments available for rare diseases. And we all know we talk about 6,000 to 7,000 different rare diseases out there. So 8 treatments. And why? Because the environment to conduct research in it, to progress scientifically in this area, is enormously challenging. But it's also challenged by regulatory and economic consideration, and we have to say this. And it's further compounded by pricing and reimbursement uncertainties along the value chain. So the European Union said there is a need to do something for patients living with a rare disease, and rightly so. And with the introduction of the regulation, they introduced market exclusivity as an incentive for those drugs, but they also thought of how those kind of development projects could be supported in a regulatory environment to make it happen faster, ideally, towards marketing authorization. So what has been achieved, and it can be seen as a true success story within the European Union, it delivered treatments up to 6.3 million patients living with a rare disease. And the figure I put on screen here, 160, is already a bit outdated, because we talk about over 200 different products. And yes, we are not there yet, but it's a good starting point, what we've achieved jointly. Equally, it also raised the awareness of the rare diseases community as such and the networks, and it also introduced the European Reference Network we've heard about already this morning, and the great work they're supposed to do in knowledge sharing and moving forward more progressively. So this is the science and regulatory R&D part, but what clearly drives the debate at the European Union is this picture. So what do we see here? There's a lot of red and green. So this is the so-called weight indicator we at FPR publish every year now. And we look into the availability of products on the various member states, in the various member states. And we see a lot of variation. So all of this is public domain, so you can download this on our website. And we particularly look into various disease areas, both for orphans. So the figures you see here are the figures for orphans, and we're about to publish the next report based for last year in a couple of weeks. So this is clearly driving the debate. So meaning what has a marketing authorization within the EU is not available in all member states. And secondly, we also see quite delays when it comes to this kind of access. So meaning, when does the product gains access to the reimbursement list in the dedicated country? So this is politically driving the debate. And at the same time, we also see that a lot of R&D investment decisions are going away from Europe. So meaning we have competition between the US and China, where relatively increasingly the investments are going into those areas, which means we talk about less clinical trials here where patients can be enrolled and participate early. So all of this is now, I would say, on the table to be discussed, but it's not enough just to talk about a revision of the EU regulation for orphan drugs, because we are not able to solve all of these problems with the revision of the regulation, because it's not the intention of this regulation. So therefore, what we propose as FPA and what we advocate for at European level, we need a holistic view on how to tackle all these challenges, and we need to do it jointly in a collaborative fashion and manner. So why I'm saying this, we basically talk about 3 buckets in a way. It is, of course, about the unmet medical needs, and there is always, or not always, but there you can hear a lot of figures around if you're a bit closer to European debate, where there is said we have 6,000 to 7,000 rare diseases, and 95% don't have a treatment. That's true. That's 95% of the diseases. The majority of the diseases, the minority of patients. So 95% of those diseases who don't have a treatment represent roughly 10% of patients. I'm saying this because it directly pits us to the ultra rarest, if we wish to say so. And I'm underlining this because there scientifically we have the biggest challenges to move the needle, to accelerate really research, to understand pathophysiology of these diseases. So therefore, to address the unmet medical need, a revision of the regulation will not solve all of this, because we need a bigger medical community to progress in science. So therefore, last year in December, FPA launched with 7 other associations jointly the so-called Rare Disease Moonshot, to scale up private-public partnership to accelerate research, to accelerate translational research, to fill in the research pipelines what we have, to also, of course, optimize clinical trials and regulatory pathways for very, very small population sizes we talk about here, but also, of course, to enhance really and accelerate as well the journey for patients to diagnosis and treatment. As we all know, this journey can be really, really, really challenging and takes too long. So this is how to address the unmet medical need. The access discussion, I will come to this in a second. The access issue and the challenge we face is also not to be fixed by a revision of the European regulation revision. So therefore, it's so fundamentally important that you, like you have today, these national discussions really in order to move the needle, how solutions can be found. And also FPA put forward some concrete proposals. I will come to you, we'll come back to you in a second. And lastly, it's so-called the incentives. And this is clearly the remit of the EU orphan regulation. We have to get it right, incentivize right in a way to really encourage research and development investment into Europe, so that clinical trials are running here and not elsewhere, so that people and patients have access to those trials early on to get experience with the treatment, hopefully potential treatment. So when it comes to access, and we have to acknowledge, of course, that the reimbursement and access discussion are a pure member state responsibility within the European Union. And we as FPA, we worked with Eurodis. You might be aware of them, the European Patient Advocacy Patient Organization for patients living with a rare disease. And we had a structured dialogue with them, try to find joint solutions at the European level, what can be done in order to progress on various areas when it comes to access. First of all, and I just highlighted some things, we as FPA, so members are part of FPA, put forward a commitment to file for pricing and reimbursement. Why? Because we're sometimes accused that we would not just go to the smaller markets or to some markets. We would just focus on some markets and not all of them. So therefore, we put forward the commitment to file pricing for pricing and reimbursement process no later than 2 years in all member states within the European Union. of course, assuming the national processes allow us to do so. Firstly. Secondly, in order to track and to ensure transparency about this commitment, we set up a so-called access portal, meaning that we will look into the delays or potential barriers. Why do we see delays? Because we know very little about that. We know about the fact if a product is available, yes or no, but we don't know why it takes so long in some of the processes. So this will be, this is a portal we set up and announced last year. The first results will be published this year, really to ensure and to increase knowledge about what are the barriers, because if you know the barriers, you can find solutions jointly, which is important. And we also discussed with Eurodis a bit of a kind of, let's say, contribution or discussion contribution towards how can we find different pricing models or different pricing approaches, increasing or based on the solidarity aspect, what we all share within the European Union. So we call it equity-based tiered pricing, in order based on the economic feasibility a country have, build on value-based pricing moving forward in order to address the affordability concerns which are in all of the member states to different extent, but they are all there. There is no single country who don't face the same issues. And a different magnitude, yes, but they all have a common ground. And this is affordability and how we can address it. But we also looked with Eurodis into some other areas where we might see potential and how really to accelerate the journey for a drug to come to market and subsequently, ultimately, to patients. And this is, of course, the whole discussion about what are about adaptive pathways within the regulatory system, how we can best leverage real-world evidence to learn more, to be more able to learn about potential outcomes when we talk about treatments. And of course, there are a lot of challenges as well, having the right infrastructure in order to make it work. But this doesn't mean because there is a challenge, it means it's motivation to get over this challenge or at least over this barrier. And lastly, it's of course also about the health technology assessment, which the member states have to various extents, but we also are still in an implementation phase when it comes to a European health technology process. And this is also an opportunity to help assessing the value of a new potential product which comes to the European market in order to speed up then the access and reimbursement decisions in the dedicated member states. And with this, I would leave it with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tina. I hope we have questions. If you have them, please, you can use the microphone or ask the questions in Slido. Tina, I would like to firstly ask, do you have suggestions on this topic for Estonia, precisely, about drug access or anything else you just spoke about? How does Estonia look like in the EU?
I think from an FPA perspective, I put forward what we can offer for support on the European scale. But of course, the solutions in a dedicated member state are very, very different. So therefore, I think having this kind of conversations like you have today is a great start to find solutions. Because the solution what you might be able to find in Estonia might not be the right solution what you need to discuss in Romania. So therefore, I would leave it with that because there are more Estonian experts here in the room than me being on stage here.
Yeah, but we saw you showed the chart where we could see the access for the drugs, and it is really different inside the EU. Why is it so? Why is it, and how we can make it better?
Yeah, so I think that's part of the discussion. So we know if there's a product, yes or no, but we don't know why not, or why there's such a delay in the process. And this is something what we like now to track based on the knowledge which our members shares with us on an objective way, in an objective manner, try to understand why are those delays in the market. And therefore, we will publish the initial results in a couple of weeks. So I haven't seen them yet.
But is there, like to make a prediction, is there a difference between the bigger EU countries and smaller EU countries? Is there a correlation or not? No.
No, there is not. So all of the countries struggle. They just struggle to a different extent. And the question is, what might work for Germany? There are different solutions than potentially for Estonia. And as far as I know, when it comes to the digital infrastructure, for example, this is quite a big advantage in Estonia compared to many other countries where this is really a treasure to think of how it can be potentially further utilized in order to make it work when it comes to novel pricing and payment models or contracts, if you would like to pay for outcome, all those kind of questions.
We have a question. If one member state spent 10% of GDP and the other only 5.5% to healthcare, how the reimbursements of orphan drugs can be the same through EU?
Thank you very much for this question. I think it comes back to the point of economic feasibility in terms of which kind of, first of all, it's a societal discussion in the member state, how much money do we would like to spend on healthcare, and based on this discussion, how much money shall be spent on rare diseases. So this is a societal discussion which we can, I would assume, not discuss at the European level, but really need to have the discussion nationally in terms of healthcare agenda setting. And of course, it is about readiness for the healthcare systems at national level, but it's also about how to utilize the strengths which are there. And there are different strengths in different countries, and therefore, I think it's not a contradiction in itself, because it's hard to say if we would all pay 10%, all the problems are solved, probably not. So therefore 5% might be fine for one country compared to 10 for another, if the societal preferences is somehow mirrored in this figure. But it is really about what resources do we have, how they can be allocated most efficiently to address the needs.
Yeah, as we saw, there is a big difference between the EU states, and as you said, it's the social discussion thing in each EU country. But is there something central that EU can do? You showed us some things, but maybe to sum it up again, is there something that EU should do like centrally and not leave it to the member states specifically?
Yeah, maybe being a bit provocative here, what the EU can do is very clearly focusing on what it is responsible for, and this is to get the environment right for ensure investment in research and development, that we can discuss access afterwards. What we see in a way, how the structure and how the discussion is set up now for this revision of the regulation, it tries to address access solutions. And that's not why it is there. So let the European Union do its responsibility, fulfill its responsibility in getting it right to encourage more, because we need more, not less, in order to get it right, and then find national solutions to the access discussion and such.
Do we have questions? Now's the rare chance to ask from Tina. It looks like we don't have any more questions.
Okay,
Tina, thank you so much. And have a great flight home.
Thank you very much.
Meil on aeg minna järgmise publiku küsimuse juurde kõigepealt. Ja see publiku küsimus on järgmine. Mitme harva esineva haiguse ravi rahastab Tervisekassa 2023. aasta tervishoiuteenuste loetelu kaudu? Ehk siis mitme
give your answers on Slido, but now we will move to the next presentation, Mr. Laur Saar from the Association of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers in Estonia.
Can you hear me? First of all, thank you so much, the organizers and all the previous speakers. It's a big honor for me to be here today and tell you about this topic on behalf of the Estonian Association of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers, and give you our view on the topic, tell you about the potential problems we have detected and solutions we have come up with. To begin, the Estonian Association of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers is a sub-organization of EFPIA. We have altogether 27 members. The advantage we have here in Estonia is that we do include the majority of manufacturers that are operating in Estonia, and we have a very wide spectrum of members, starting from developing and marketing innovative medicines and ending with genetic medicines, and also organizations carrying out clinical studies and clinical trials. And we have also companies who provide regulatory support to the companies who need it. A couple of words about me, just in case. Today here, I'm speaking as a representative of the Council of the Association of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers, but I work at SWISSOTEL Pharma, and I'm a medical regulatory and PV director. My job title is in English. I apologize because it doesn't have a very good equivalent in Estonian. And we work in the Eastern Europe and also in Eurasia on a wider scale. I graduated from the University of Tartu from the medical department in 1992, but because I haven't worked as a doctor, I'm afraid that I have lost my medical skills, and I have become a bureaucrat. So I understand very well that it's very easy not to take certain decisions. There are always very good reasons that you can come up with, and I have done it myself. But oftentimes, the decisions we haven't made stay with us and keep us up at night. So I hope that people will come up with solutions that don't involve as much bureaucracy and more kindness and humanity. To start with, any kind of a pharmaceutical development starts with basic research, then we go on to clinic trials. Tiina Taube basically said everything there is to say. I don't have much to add, but the key to finding the solutions is that we need to have cooperation. We need to have constructive and supportive cooperation. I don't have a lot of data on basic research, but I do know that there are companies who are engaged in this. And I'm sure that they have medicines in their portfolio that might be used to treat rare diseases in the future. An important undertaking that we have here in Estonia is Moonshot. This is the result of cooperation between 7 organizations, including EFPIA. And the idea of this undertaking or this initiative is to find new treatment methods and new medicines for rare diseases. It's a long process, of course. Clinical trials are very important here. In order for clinical trials to go smoothly, basic research is very important. We heard from Professor Ownap that often that sometimes they have difficult questions in the field of diagnostics. And as far as I'm concerned, I can say that when it comes to rare diseases, then these are not usually textbook examples. So to give a diagnosis, it's not enough to just have a blood test done and then we have a diagnosis. It's usually a lot more complicated. When it comes to clinical trials with orphan medicines, then these are quite complicated because we usually don't have many patients. So it's difficult to find the real world evidence. Now we come to the early availability of the medicines. Indeed, if a medicine fulfills certain criteria, it can be made available to patients before it has been registered either in Estonia or in the EU. There aren't many cases like this, but if it's a life-saving medicine with no alternatives, then there is a theoretical possibility to use it before it has been registered. And I believe that these opportunities are being used. This principle could also be valid in cases where a medicine has been registered but doesn't have a market authorization yet. And in these cases, there's usually no reimbursement for the health insurance fund. In Estonia, we have a children's foundation who has helped here. We also have a foundation, Kingitud Elu or Gifted Life in Estonia, that helps patients with cancer, funding their innovative treatment. And also sometimes pharmaceutical companies have had the opportunity to offer free treatment. An example here could be Sanofi, one of these rare manufacturers that are orphan drug manufacturers represented by SWIX. So they have treated rare diseases for over 30 years, and there have been more than thousands of patients they have helped. But it's a complicated question, of course, for a pharmaceutical company, because once you have a precedent, you have helped one person, there are many others who also need help. What if health insurance funds think that they shouldn't finance these drugs? So still, we try to offer an alternative. Now, coming back to what the Children's Foundation has done, then I think that in Estonia, we have a very unique situation. Here, we have done most of this kind of risk allocation work. I think that one of the bottlenecks we have here and one solution could be that the treatment for patients with rare diseases should be financed by the health insurance fund. To speak about the assessment of medicines. And we also heard from Tiina that we have this initiative from the pharmaceutical manufacturers. The idea is to ensure that all the manufacturers would file in an application for the medicine to be added in the list of medicines distributed at discount. But many manufacturers are not members of FPIA, so this is not a perfect solution. There are other manufacturers, either in the UK, in Switzerland, in the US, in Silicon Valley, or in Boston. So not all of them are members of IFPE. And another thing I would like to mention is UNETHA. This is an assessment network that deals with clinical assessments of medicines for the European Union. And they also do a lot of administrative work. As I told you, all this can happen in friendly and supportive cooperation between all parties. Now I would like to speak about the situation in Estonia. In an article published in 2017, we saw an overview of how the treatment of rare diseases has been financed in different countries. And many health technology assessment organizations have found that they use different mechanisms. A very good example is NICE in the UK. They don't use traditional cost efficiency methods when assessing the efficacy of orphan medicines, and they make their decision based on the patient. Our association has made proposals in recent years to improve the situation in Estonia. A good and simple measure would be to lower the VAT on medicines. If it can't be 0%, it could be 5%. During the previous economic crisis, it was raised to 9%, but it hasn't been lowered back to its previous level. When we think about the budget of the health insurance fund, which is 400 million euros, then coming from 9% to 5% would be about 20 million euros. And this could be used to finance orphan medicines for many patients. We have also spoken about changing the technical parameters. I think that we are closer to solutions than ever before. We have cooperated with the health insurance fund. There was a center study financed by the Association of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers, and we compared HTA parameters in Estonia to that of other countries. And one important aspect that definitely could be changed would be the inclusion of patients in the process. So it shouldn't just be economic calculations, but we should hear the voice of the patients, how they are dealing with the disease, how they are coping on the treatment. So this is something that should be included. We have also proposed different financing models that are being used in Estonia. There, for example, there is the indication and combination-based reimbursement. I know that it is being used to some extent in Estonia. Also, result-based payments. Here we can think back to what Hendra said. If a medicine works and it works well, then the health insurance fund could start financing it at some point. Then we could have timed payments This is a little bit like a lease. The price of the medicine is high, but we could divide it into installments, which could be paid over a longer time period. And then we could also have a sort of a fixed reimbursement where an agreement is made that there is a fixed amount that is paid on a regular basis. And even if there are more patients than agreed on, then this risk is carried by the pharmaceutical manufacturer. And I know that this model has been used in some cases in Estonia. Here you can see results of a study carried out by IQVIA. Here they have a look at the orphan rate of availability, and they look at the time that it takes for a medicine to become available. On Sunday, when I was preparing this presentation, I could see data up to 2020. On Monday, newer information became available. But over this 4-year period, then we can see that you can see all medicines that have received market authorization in Europe. This includes oncologic and pediatric medicines. There are altogether 57 of these. 37% of these are financed. And in Estonia, we have 6 of them financed by the health insurance fund. So we are towards the end of the ranking here. Another parameter they measure is the time to availability of the medicine. Here we can also see that Estonia is here below, and it takes more than 1,000 days to get a local authorization. I would also like to turn your attention to this line here in the middle. So this is the range of the availability. You can see that even for the medicines that have received authorization most quickly, it has taken more than 500 days. In some countries, for example, in Lithuania and in Bulgaria, it is also a very long period, but there are, of course, exceptions. I know that this study has been criticized, and I am sure that the Health Insurance Fund will say later on that one of the reasons is that the manufacturers haven't filed in their applications at the right time. And of course, it does take time for the manufacturers to give their applications, and they do have their reasons for this, which I will try to explain on the following slides. But we are here today to improve things in the future. And I believe that everybody is making an effort and things can only go better. Manufacturers have committed to filing in their application as soon as possible in order to get market authorization. Here you can see orphan medicines in comparison to other medicines. You can see the rate of availability. You can see that about the rate of availability for all products in the EU all medicines is 46%. When we look at orphan medicines, leaving out oncologic and hematologic medicines, which could be considered rare diseases as well, then actually the European average is only 32%. And it takes almost 600 days to make these medicines available. Now I would like to explain what the orphan designation means. So this is an economic decision to give a designation to certain medicines based on the same measure that Tiina mentioned. In case of orphan drugs, it is not very likely that the investments made will be profitable. So it makes sense to support manufacturers in developing the medicines. But this support can only be applicable if the manufacturer meets certain criteria. So in order to get an orphan designation, this orphan designation should be related to a specific indication. Some medicines have several indications, but not all medicines used to treat rare diseases meet the criteria of orphan designation. And the third point, the orphan designation is temporary. We have many orphan medicines that are no longer considered to have orphan designation anymore. Here you can see some statistics. I prepared these graphs here for you to show you these here today. So here you can see information from the Estonian Orphan Medicines Register, and then also the register of Estonian Office of Medicines. But the problem with all these different registers is that they can't be cross-referenced. So you have to get information from different sources. Today, in Estonia, there are 1,964 medicines that have the orphan designation. So this is the number of indications, not medicines. When we compare this with the Estonian medicine register, then in Estonia, we have 28 different medicines for 31 indications. More than 2/3 of these are medicines for oncological and hematological diseases. Another thing I would like to explain is that of all medicines registered in the EU, then 28 of these, about 1/5 of these, are financed in Estonia by the health insurance fund. And we can also see whether the specific manufacturer has an office here in Estonia or not. Out of these which don't have a representation in Estonia, 10 are financed. Of these who have an office in Estonia, 1/3 is reimbursed by the health insurance fund. So this is why the numbers here in Estonia aren't very nice. The applications haven't been made, but if a company is not here present in Estonia and is not active here, they can't file in an application. Sometimes these applications can be made by a doctors association or then the health insurance fund. I think that it's good to have somebody who is here, who understands the local situation and understands how things work in Estonia. And who maybe has certain responsibility for the situation here. And the last thing I would like to point out is that in total we have 3 mechanisms that are used to finance orphan medicines in Estonia. So we have the list of healthcare services. There are medicines that are in the list of medicines that are distributed at a discount. And there are also medicines that are bought through a public procurement. And here there's a little background information for you. Here you can see the world map and the global market of medicines. And the fact is that about 80% of pharmaceutical products come from about 10 countries. There are some smaller countries here, but in comparison to the US and China, they form a smaller part. When we have a look at innovative medicines, including orphan medicines, then the market is even more concentrated. So about 90% of medicines come from about 20 countries. We spoke about how many pharmaceutical companies don't have their own office in Estonia. It's not an easy decision to make for a pharmaceutical to open an office in a new country. This requires a lot of effort. They have to find highly qualified staff. They have to have compliance. They have to have the logistics covered. So if it's a small country, it might not pay off in the end. So this means that my colleagues here in Estonia and also in Latvia and Lithuania do a huge amount of work. And for a pharmaceutical, this also means that at the headquarters, they have to have people who manage all these systems and who manage all these smaller offices. Therefore, it might not be an easy decision to make for pharmaceutical companies. One parameter that's assessed is legal compliance, also corruption. also the competitiveness. And here we can see that Estonia is a very positive exception here. According to the corruption index of Transparency International, we are in a very good position here. So large global companies usually consider Estonia and other Baltic states as a part of Central Europe due to our geographical location and history. In large countries, in the UK, in the US, we have to consider that their laws are applicable also in other countries. So if, for example, an American company does something that's punishable in America, but does it in another country, they are still they can still be charged for this. So before we spoke about the proportion of health expenditure of the GDP. And here is the latest Eurostat data for the European countries, comparing data from 2012 and 2020. By the year 2020, in Estonia, it was 7.5%. So we are somewhere in the middle. This increase is due to good economic growth that we experienced during the period. This means that the health insurance fund has received better financing. Of course, the health insurance fund can make its work more effective. It can make better decisions, but the amount of funds that they have at their disposal is connected to the 33% payroll tax. We can look at the Children's Foundation or the Kingitud Elu Foundation, who have been able to finance their activities through charity. Then it seems that the Estonians are very willing to help to finance the treatment for people who are severely ill. Because healthcare is also security. And this is not where I wanted to finish. So it's summertime soon, and the song festival is coming up. So we don't have this question in the quiz, but I would like to ask you, what can you see in the photo? We see many healthy people here. You're right. But I think that there are maybe about 20,000 people here who have high blood pressure, who take medicines for that. There are more than 10,000 people here who have high cholesterol, who take statins. I think there are 5,000 or 6,000 people with type 2 diabetes, 4,000 or 5,000 people with depression, and they all receive treatment. It seems that they have all received treatment, and there is nothing else to say than we have to be ready to hear, to listen, to listen to the voice of those with the rare diseases, although there might not be many of them. And the health insurance in Europe in the 21st century should be solidary. It doesn't mean that the majority dominates over minority. Thank you.
Thank you, Laur. We have a couple of minutes for a couple of questions on Slido platform, for example. But firstly, I would ask, how flexible can manufacturers be? You talked a lot about the health insurance funds and the states, but how flexible can the manufacturers be to help the patients? Do you mean when the manufacturers make the medicine available? Yes, indeed. Well, it's an option, but it's feasible only for bigger companies. Because as I said, when you set a precedent in one country for one case, then how can you say no the next time? You have to be willing and ready to continue funding the treatment. There are examples of patients who have received treatments directly from the companies for decades. But then we have smaller manufacturers that have only maybe 1 or 2 medicines that have market authorizations. And with their small portfolio, it's a very tough decision to make, especially in the view of their investors, because it risks their future. Do they want to continue as an independent firm on the market until the market authorization and marketing activities, or do they want to see if anybody is interested in acquiring the company? So you have to carefully think about it. And now we have another question about the ICER ratio. So the limit is 100,000 for quali. What could be the ratio in Estonia? Yes, for new treatments, either medicine or any other type of intervention, you have to compare the cost of the new and old methods, and the ratio applicable to the years lived a healthy life. Now it's 40,000 euros, and it's not exceeded, not really. But for rare diseases, this ratio and the evaluation of the ratio is not trustworthy sometimes, because the decisions are made based on one patient only and not based on the quality. So it could be duplicated or triplicated, actually. It has been done in some member states. And one of the proposals of our association is to differentiate the ratio depending on the severity of the condition. The bigger the burden on the patient and the society, the bigger could be the cost efficiency ratio as well. I think there are no more questions, but we had 2 questions to the audience. For the first expensive rare disease treatment that was compensated, and it was the enzyme replacement therapy for Gaucher disease. That was the correct answer. And the other question was, which rare diseases will be financed by the Health Insurance Fund through the list of health services in 2023? 9 is the correct action, although many said 12. Yes, it's tricky because in the same list we have another chapter about rare diseases. It's a very long, detailed document, and in different chapters we can also find treatments for rare diseases. Thank you very much. We can now move on. But before I ask the next speaker on the stage, another question for you. On average, how many days did it take in 2017 to 2020 in Estonia to obtain funding from the Health Insurance Fund for an orphan drug, meaning inclusion in the list of healthcare services or inclusion in the list of drugs with 100% discount from the Health Insurance Fund, according to the weight survey? Was it 1,081, 365, or 798 days? And now that we have already talked about the Health Insurance Fund several times today, I would now ask Mr. Rain Laane from the Health Insurance Fund on the stage to talk about the success rate of 50%, what it means, and how to make the availability of orphan medicines more flexible in Estonia. You have the floor. Dear Katrin, dear Siri. I have one bear of the Children's Foundation also in my office. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for inviting me. It's actually on the 29th of February, so next year it will be held on the correct date. It's easier to speak when you know what you have to speak about. So this is the topic that I will address. This is what the organizer asked me to speak about. It was firstly about the 50% treatment success and what it means in the point of view of the Health Insurance Fund. And we would like to add on the good ideas already mentioned today. The first idea that came to my mind, thinking about the 50% success rate, was an image of a glass, half empty, half full. So it depends on one's perspective. As an engineer, I can tell you that the correct answer is that the glass is always full of water or full of air. But in real life, we know that the healthcare service has to be medically efficient. It is legislated so, and we have a panel to evaluate this efficacy. And we then have to evaluate if it is then scientifically verifiable. In practice, we are talking about the probability of a patient getting better thanks to the treatment. In case of rare diseases, we talk about maintaining a certain stability. One important thing to consider is hope. When we look at statistics or Excel tables, we don't see hope. But for the people that we're talking about, hope is extremely important. For rare diseases and ultra-rare diseases, even more so. Treatments are evolving every year, and we've seen from the previous presentations that the different companies in different countries, for example, in California, are working on new treatment methods, and then they are bought by bigger companies. Our budget is increasing as well, but the speed of the two processes is different. New medicines are brought on the market much faster than our budget increase, which is 13%. I've never liked the word cost efficiency. I try to avoid it, even though in my organization we have to follow it closely. So I prefer to talk about if something is appropriate, and that is actually a combination of evidence-based and cost-efficient methods. But I always like to add just a little bit of hope in the mix. Now about statistics a little bit. The list of healthcare services. This is our price list, you could say. Has provided treatment to 148 people for a total of 6.2 million euros. And for reimbursed medicines, it was 286 people in total for 5.3 million almost. So that's sort of covering 1/3, and we need other 2/3 to improve the situation. But even if we added 23 million here, that wouldn't be enough. Another figure I wanted to share was the 50,000 people approximately that have a rare disease diagnosis in Estonia. And on average, they've received about 700 euros of financing from our fund. We are not talking about the medicines that are in the list and that are reimbursed. We are talking about the special stories that have been mentioned today here as well. But on a positive note, I would like to mention the role of the media, thanking all the foundations based on raised funds, based on charity. And as I said, I have one of the Children's Foundation bear in my office. And I always say good morning to the bear when I'm in the office. But I wanted to share 2 stories with you. Firstly, from 2020, with this image you can see here about Crysvita. Thanks to the media, we turned to the manufacturers ourselves. They were really reasonable. We filed an application quickly. Well, they applied quickly, filed an application to us, reducing the waiting time. So we found a solution quickly. And the main thing is that it was achieved through cooperation. We have patience, we have a helpful foundation, a reasonable manufacturer. So we reached an agreement, a price agreement. So it's just only a question of months that the medicine can make the list. The list is reviewed a couple of times a year. So it depends on the moment that the application is filed. Another story was again connected to a manufacturer that was very cooperative. And today we have 13 patients using their treatment. In case of risdiplam, we heard that there is a limit between between 18 and 19 years of age, determining that treatment should be started in the childhood. But I'm glad that Katrine's application reached us and it will be reviewed. Today we have 13 patients. We've seen different approaches worldwide. Algenza and Aspirtasa are also available for SMA, and for example in Finland, those two treatments are reimbursed. But risdiplam is not in the list. So there are different options available. Now, a peculiar story I want to share. Also a rare medicine, but we reached an agreement with the manufacturer, but there are no patients that need the treatment, at least not today. I hope we won't have any at all, but today there's none. So the question here is that it's a nice initiative, but should it even be done if there are no patients that need this treatment? But I think when we're discussing what kind of a price agreement can be reached, it can take up to a couple of years. And then we ask this question, why is this process so long? It can take months, but it can also take years, so it's better to be ready. Now a little bit about the prices, although they are confidential. These are approximate prices here. In principle, you can see this is our limit here. Our threshold is here. This is the agreement we reached for one of the conditions. Siri knows this very well. For the paroxysmal nocturnal hemoglobinuria. And fortunately, we were able to reach this agreement. We also have to evaluate rare diseases in Estonia. A lot of things have been already mentioned, but I wanted to point out the last part on my slide, marked in blue, which says that a lot depends on the application that reaches us, such as a thesis takes a lot of work and will determine the final result. In our case, we've tried to make the application process as easy as possible, supporting those filing the applications. We have been looking for the manufacturers. We have accompanied the doctors' associations, and I think the process overall has been improved. But it is clear that we do need applications. Without them, it's not possible. And now I have this picture for you, intriguing picture. For years, there's been talk about the health insurance fund not being able to reach better agreements with the foundations. For example, for partial reimbursement, that the patient could bear some of the cost sharing or the foundation. But we have also considered this fact that if you set a precedent, this will be a new milestone that will be used. Setting a precedent of the price level here or here, then the rest of the values will quickly follow the same trend. it could be easy to hide behind legislation, because for diseases such as those that we have discussed today, our obligation is to finance 90 to 100%, and the cost sharing by the patient must be low. If our aim is to combine different mechanisms, then we have to change our legislation, but it is risky. Because what if our cooperation is not enough? Because the funds of the health insurance funds or the foundations are not endless. Overall, I can say that in the last half of year, our cooperation with the manufacturers has improved a lot, and this gender survey that has received some criticism from us, we can agree with parts of it, starting from the discount rate. Today it's 5%, for the state is 4%, so that has to be reviewed to improve the situation. But some things will take longer, but I hope it can be measured in months. We just need some committee meetings, some studies, and then I think the high-level decisions can be met quickly. So I think we can improve our figures based on our economic possibilities. As I'm out of time now, I would like to use this image to remind you that we have general elections on Sunday, so let's all take this opportunity and vote. Thank you, those who have already voted. Thank you so much. And now I think there's time for questions. Yes, thank you. Anybody here in the audience with a question? There haven't been many so far, but we have microphones available for you, if not on the Slido platform. For now, there are no questions, so I would like to ask one myself. So when we are talking about access and pricing, how can we make the system more efficient, or what is the situation today? Quick question is, yes, it can be improved. There's always room for improvement. However, I don't know if we want a different kind of system. For example, when Tiina was speaking previously, we said that, yeah, maybe some states have an expenditure of 10%, others 5 plus 5%, and the rest is covered by public funding, private funding, sorry. Then the question was, can we compare those countries, or should we follow suit? Or if the European Medicines Agency gives market authorization, then should we start using it right away, or wait for a while to see if the treatment is really as efficient? Or the alternative is to have a slower system, but overall we can offer treatment to a higher number of patients because we have conducted our previous evaluations. Having worked in the corporate world myself, I understand everything that has to do with the taxes and the red tape, the revenues, the profits. But I think we have to always negotiate the price. We have a couple of questions. Couldn't we use the same schemes for rare diseases as were used for COVID-19? We have joint procurements with Latvia and Lithuania in general, but nobody wants to mention it. When we were looking at the different countries, then Latvia and Lithuania were always lagging behind us. But with this procurement, we have a team in charge of those. And I think it's reasonable in case of rare diseases as well. With Latvia, it can be a bit tricky though. When I look at the reports, this state lying southern from us, then yes, they would say that they will finance it, but they don't say when. They don't talk about the funds available every year. Therefore, I'm proud of Estonia because when we have a decision to finance a treatment, it's applicable to all insured Estonian residents with the same diagnosis. Another question is genome sequencing for children in intensive care. Should it be applied to make sure that we can give an early diagnosis and offer treatment if possible? I'm not an expert here, but I can say that the screening is a priority for us. SMA screening was already mentioned today. We are ready to go. And we are waiting for the health technology assessment from Tartu University, and I think in 2024 January it will get financing. I personally also would like to see the other screening pilot projects becoming a reality for cystic fibrosis, for example. So if we can later reduce the cost of 200,000 euros a year, then it's very reasonable. We have a couple of questions in English as well. I would like to first address the question whether 20 million is enough. In my experience, the figures get always bigger and bigger. Whether we are lacking 10 or 20 million today, if we cover that gap, it doesn't mean that's the end of the story. It can help for half a year or a whole year, but it's never enough. Now for the second question, I would suggest you to write me and we can discuss it. I cannot answer it right now. I think that's all for now. Thank you so much. And before moving on to the next presentation, we have another question to the public. We have actually two, because we have two speakers coming up. Firstly, from what year onwards can a doctor exceptionally apply for a 100% discount on cofactor treatments? 2014, 22, or 18? And how many years have the evaluation criteria for new medicines to be included in the list of medicines remained unchanged in Estonia? Is it 21, 18, or 5 years? So again, go to the poll on Slido platform, and after the next presentations and questions, we will give you the correct answers. But now we have two speakers. Firstly, we give the floor to the Minister of Health and Labour, Peep Peterson.
Thank you. I have no slides, but I will deliver a speech that might make you think along about where we are and where we'd like to go. This morning I woke up in Pärnu. As it's elections coming up, which is a celebration, I went to congratulate the medical staff at the Pärnu hospital. I gave them roses, and I remembered the Estonian composer and singer Raimond Valgre, who sang about how every day brings happy and sad moments. And this is what we have heard today. 11 million euros to finance the treatment of rare diseases is not a lot, but it is still something. And of course, the state's capabilities to finance treatment are always limited, and we will never achieve the ultimate goals. I was happy to hear today that when we act wisely and we cooperate, then we can change things. I am happy to say that today we don't have queues at the emergency department. We managed to solve this situation. Of course, financing problems are not that easy to solve, but we can change things over time. Rare diseases, oncology, psychiatry. We can see a necessity for systemic change in all these fields, and to see how things are interconnected, and to get a bigger picture. I would like to explain the situation right now, what is working, what not. We know that things are interconnected, and the end result is the sum of all individual components. Rain showed us a picture of Toompea Castle in Tallinn, and indeed, the bigger picture in the Estonian healthcare is decided up in the Toompea Castle, and actually by the voters. If the voters decide on Sunday that the tax system will not be changed, then we will be in a similar situation for the next 4 years as we are now. We will have no extra financing. So no important decisions will be made. Therefore, there will be no point in making critical comments about the minister or the government. I'm sure you keep your eye on the election campaign. Different parties have made different proposals. Some parties have proposed to get rid of the health insurance fund altogether. I am not sure how they plan to replace it or how they plan to finance people's treatment. Some people think that if we make tax incentives for a wealthier population, then the treatment queues will become even longer. I think that the best model for Estonia and for most countries is a healthcare system based on solidarity. But it's clear that the one we have today has its problems, And we need to have a look at these problems regularly. So when we think about when the last important decisions were made regarding rare diseases, then this was a long time ago. So maybe we should make these changes more often. When we were trying to find the solutions to the problem of having long queues at the emergency room, we found out important things. The Estonian Emergency Association of Emergency Doctors said that in Tallinn and in the northern part of Estonia, the amount of medicine services provided in these regions is 25% higher than it should be, because more people have moved to Tallinn or the regions surrounding Tallinn, but and there are not enough hospital beds in emergency departments and so on. Dr. Popov, who says that a typical person, a patient going to the emergency room is not the one who discovered on Saturday evening that they have a sore throat, but this is a person who calls the ambulance in the middle of a day because they have no other choice, and this person is 80 or 90 years old. They have several diseases, and they have no other option to see the doctor than to call an ambulance. So they end up in the ER. This means that the help is there later, and it is more expensive than it would have been had there been a good family doctor system in place. So this is about the demographic change that has happened in Estonia. There have been some changes regarding financing. Every year there are about 10,000 patients or citizens. 10,000 patients or citizens decide to stop working with a working contract, and they start their own company. This helps them save money. This helps them save about 2,000 euros a year. When we take 10,000 and multiply it by 10,000, then it gives us 200,000. This means that the health insurance fund receives less money. Professor Raul Allan Kiivet, who is by now deceased, unfortunately, predicted the future of the Estonian healthcare system, and this is what is happening now. It seems that people are no longer willing to work overtime. This also applies to hospitals and other medical institutions, which means that there is not enough staff. Estonia has never been as wealthy as it is now. We have money somewhere. The money is somewhere. We can finance people's treatment. We can finance people's treatment. We have more money than we have ever had before in history. But this takes a lot of courage in order to make the tax decisions, in order to redirect funds. We shouldn't see healthcare as a cost, but as an investment into people's health. Our economy is based on healthy working people. If we don't have healthy people who are able to work, our economy will start to go downwards. Our healthcare financing model should be taking into account the future. We know that in the future people will be more ill. We know that the salaries will grow quickly because we don't have enough specialists, and therefore the ones we have will receive more salary. We know that it's not effective to leave people without health insurance, because then we have to treat them in the last stage of their disease when it is much more expensive. I also think that the hospitals could be able to do it themselves. It shouldn't be the decisions of minister in their white tower. Today, the state just gives directions, but what we should do then actually in the future, the state should express their expectations of their system. What kind of health result the health insurance fund should reach towards. And then we could calculate the amounts of reserves necessary. So this was about money. With people, it's more complicated. We cannot expect to have hundreds of new doctors in different specialties. You have probably read about how many psychiatrists, family doctors, oncologists, and so on we're lacking. And many of them will retire in the upcoming 5 years. So we cannot cover this gap by having students coming from university. The same applies for nurses. The situation with nurses is a little bit better. We see that some programs in different Estonian regions have been effective. People have changed their profession, have become nurses. And also there was a salary increase for nurses. It's 1,800 euros now. So this is appealing to many people. But when it comes to doctors, we have to face the reality, and we have to have a new system, a new plan, and it has to be based on working hours. We need to be persistent, and we need to implement people's medical skills exactly where this is needed. When we solved the ambulance problem, then we saw that the things that have worked in the past might not work anymore. Sometimes doctors are not available. The cooperation between different departments isn't as smooth as it should be, and patients will not receive the help that they need. Also people who have serious illnesses, for example, heart attacks. I think that families with rare diseases have been left by themselves for too long. I was happy to hear that the amount spent on the treatment of rare diseases is 11 million. I think it's a good result. And when we spoke about lowering the VAT, then if we had that, we would have a reserve as well for the treatment of rare diseases. Also, the state needs more flexible cooperation possibilities. one size doesn't fit all. When it comes to rare diseases, things are different. We can't compare these to regular and common illnesses. The solutions for these aren't the same as for colds and coughs and things like that, but we have to find a solution. I've also discussed the question of rare diseases with my European colleagues. We have discussed possible cooperation. We have spoken about specializing in Europe to improve treatment and maybe also save money and time. So I think this is something that should be taken forward. I'm also very grateful to the Tartu University Hospital for the fact that in 2021 they opened the competence center there. I have visited it once. I'm also very grateful to the Children's Foundation. They are always stepping on the toes of politicians and ministers to make the right decisions, and their constant effort has paid off. And then, of course, I would like to thank the Health Insurance Fund for their flexible attitude. I'm also very grateful that they go to the pharmaceutical company and conclude agreements with them. And I think that we could maybe work together in the market for these negotiations to be smoother. And of course, I would like to thank all the pharmaceutical manufacturers who have helped both the Health Insurance Fund and the Children's Foundation, and the patients have received the medication they need. Whereas usually pharmaceutical manufacturers are depicted as these kind of evil wolves or monsters, then actually they have been very kind and helpful. So it's up for the voters this week to decide what the future will hold. And I really hope that you will go and vote. And I hope that it's not only the vote, but that you will also make your voice heard in different discussions. And I hope that you will also support the healthcare reform so that we had a healthcare system that would fit our demographic system. That's all from me. Thank you. And now our next speaker, Heli Paluste, the head of Health Network from the Ministry of Social Affairs. And Heli has recently received the title of Golden Asset of the Ministry of Social Affairs. Good afternoon. I would like to thank you for this invitation because this is not the first time I'm here. I can't remember how many times I've been here before, but there have been several. The first half of our conference here today, the personal stories, touched me. Why it touched me? Before I started to work at the ministry, indeed, I have been there for 20 years now. So before that, I used to work as a pediatrician I did it for 15 years. And I also had 3 cases in my practice, where in 2 cases it was definitely a rare disease. And in 1 case, we didn't have a final diagnosis because we weren't able to come up with a diagnosis for this disease. When I went to work at the ministry, it took a while before I could step out of my role as a doctor and put on the robe of the official. It took several training courses and a lot of experience, which wasn't always pleasant. And I had to understand that sometimes we have to make unpopular decisions and we have to count money. Well, luckily today I won't have to speak about money. Now, when it comes to my presentation, then I don't have a lot of slides because I didn't know how much time I'd have. But I wanted to speak about broader topics at first. So I wanted to discuss the European perspective. During my 15 years of practice as a pediatrician, I didn't have many cases like this. And when I started working at the ministry, then the title of the disease itself, rare disease, this gave us a hint that we don't have many of such cases. But when we have a look at things that have happened in Europe over the past 10 years, we can see that this area has received a lot of attention. On the European level, they justify the attention on rare diseases by saying that the number of people with rare diseases altogether is huge. In Estonia, we have about 100,000 people who have a rare disease. In the European Union, in the period when they prepared the directive about adopting patients' rights in cross-border healthcare, this area became the focus. This directive was prepared by the European Commission, including the member states, and it included 2 legal acts that form the foundation of the European reference networks. These have been mentioned here today. I had the pleasure of being included in the process. I went to Brussels 4 times a year, and I contributed as much as I could. So finally, we adopted these legal acts, and these reference networks were confirmed in 2016, and they started working in 2017. So we can say that huge changes have been taking place in Europe. Usually it's up to every member state to organize their healthcare. Then in this field, the European Commission has taken up initiative. I was proud to represent Estonia in this council when, during the first round, Estonian hospitals gained the full membership in 3 networks. The Tartu University Hospital in 3 networks, and the eye clinic of the Tallinn East Tallinn Hospital in one network. Not all hospitals from big countries could achieve this membership, but the Estonian hospitals did. So by today, the Tartu University Hospital is a part of full member of 5 networks, and also associated member in 15 networks, and also the Tallinn Children's Hospital and the North Estonia Regional Hospital are associated members. So we can say that our doctors can help their patients through these systems. Of course, everybody was very happy about these networks, especially small countries. But on the other hand, we were also a little bit afraid that, if the system functions as well as it was planned, then it definitely must mean increased challenges and costs, because we know that the treatment of these diseases is expensive. But I promised you not to speak about money. Now let's have a look at what we have done in Estonia regarding this field. In 2014, the Estonian Rare Disease Development Plan was finalized. It was initiated by a group of experts, and this development plan was prepared at the Ministry of Social Affairs. By this time, the framework of our healthcare strategy was the Estonian National Health Plan from 2009 to 2020. In 2015, when several development plans and strategies were finalized, for example, that for oncological diseases and heart diseases and AIDS. So at that moment, we decided that all activities would be integrated in the National Health Plan, which is a kind of an umbrella strategy, and this will be financed from the state budgets, and there will no longer be individual development plans. Today we have a new National Health Plan as our framework document. And when I had a look at this rare disease development plan again, while I was preparing this presentation, then I can say that this was a list of proposals made by an expert group about activities that would be necessary in this field. Some of the things have been done. We have the competence center at the clinic. Also, we have carried out R&D. It has been financed by the state. Estonian researchers have participated in pan-European research projects. So some things have gone as planned. However, there are many things that could be improved. So if you were to ask me today if we need a new development plan for rare diseases, then I have to say that I've become a little bit skeptical about such documents that have these kind of fancy titles. Because yes, it's very good that we have these documents, but we need to have a specific action plan as well. We need to have finances allocated to carry out these activities. Under the human-centered healthcare program that's in our national health plan, we could coordinate all these activities. But something we could do is we could take these same experts, we could go over this document, we could make summaries, we could see what has been done, what hasn't been done, and we could have a future action plan that could have a time frame so that it would fit in the plans of all related organizations, and it would have resources to carry this out. Because otherwise, we'll be forced to say in a couple of years that yes, we did have a plan, but nothing came of it. I remember I participated in a training course about a healthcare organization, and the trainer said that in the field of healthcare, when we have development plans, they usually take up more time than planned, and everything goes a bit differently than planned. So this would be my summary. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we have some time for questions, both to Ms. Heli Paluste and the Minister as well. And there are quite a few of them. Let's start. So, healthcare based on solidarity, how can you make the hospitals cooperate better and avoid the arms race between the hospitals? I would say that the situation has improved compared to 10 years ago, but now the arms race is between different sectors because we don't have enough workforce, so the resources are limited there. I don't see small hospitals acquiring technology a lot. Next question is about private healthcare. The volumes are increasing, but we have a lack of specialists. What will the future look like? I think that we have to have this competition and added value from the private healthcare sector. Probably we need some kind of agreements so that the private sector covers certain parts. Currently, we don't have those agreements, so it's not the best situation, and I'm a bit worried about the current context, and this is why we have to make sure that the health plan establish very clearly who is doing what. There are several rare diseases without treatments. How can we support the families? How can we integrate the healthcare and social care systems better? I think that we could learn more from Finland, especially from the social care perspective. Last week in Pärnu, we discovered that they have a social care department. It's a social healthcare department, actually, you could say. A new name, different approach. Should we talk more about how the activities are carried out in reality? Yes, that is what I wanted to point it out in my presentation as well. I would like to add that it's quite difficult to carry out the implementation in an expected way. It all depends on the funding. in the health insurance fund, it is actually easier to make reasonable decisions. This is why our fund makes sense, so that we don't drag the topics around in different ministries without finding good solutions. We have to look at the bigger picture as well. Thank you very much. We have a round table later where we can further discuss these topics. But let's move on to the next presentation. But firstly, let's give the answers to the 3 questions to the audience. So it was on average, how many days did it take to get the funding? In 2017 to 2020, the correct answer was 1,081 days. Then from what year onwards can a doctor exceptionally apply for a 100 discount for cofactor treatment? The correct action was 2014. And how many years have the evaluation criteria for new medicines to be included in the list of medicines remained unchanged in Estonia? The right answer was 18 years. Katrin, would you like to add something here? No? Okay, then we will move on to the last presentation. We also have 2 speakers, one of them online. So I give the floor to the advisor for inclusive education from the Ministry of Education and Research, Ms. Piret Liba, and the head of Rajaleidja Network, Ms. Tiina Kütt. Do we have the connection working? Let's see. Is it everything working? No? Let's move on for now then. You have the floor. Thank you. I am Piret Liba from the Ministry of Education and Research, and with my dear colleague Tiina Kütt from the Rajaleidja Network. We are really glad to be here today and talk about education a little bit as well. How can we support children and youngsters in the educational system? And definitely how to support each and every child, because every child counts. Firstly, everybody has a right to education. It is in our constitution established like that. It's a fundamental right. And it is also a supporting right for other fundamental rights. According to our constitution, we have compulsory and free school education. There are obligations for the state, the local municipalities to ensure quality and access. And it says that parents have the final say. The main principle in education is that every child and every youngster has the right to learn in a normal way near their place of residence or in their chosen school. And it's not dependent on the fact whether they have any temporary or permanent special needs. To ensure access to education, we have a legislative framework, and the local municipality has the obligation to ensure basic education up to 17 years old. And if the parent agrees, then instead of kindergarten, the child can attend another childcare facility. And it's also been confirmed by the judiciary that local municipality has those obligations. And each child has a school dependent on their place of residence. For a parent, it's also possible to choose a different school if there's available spots there. The main responsibility lies with the local municipality, but they can work with the private sector as well with the state, and they can also cooperate with other municipalities. About strategic objectives, we have a long-term strategy. And when it comes to education, our long-term objective is educational system based on shared values and student-oriented and inclusive system. And the development plan takes that objective into account, working out different directions, but the main thing is pupil or student-oriented system, making educational accessible and inclusive, and making sure that the infrastructure is also accessible for everybody. Now, talking about the standards, they are included in the national curricula. We have a curriculum for preschool, basic school, and secondary school levels. And based on those plans and curricula, we have a specific curricula for different schools that will be then adapted based on the capabilities of different pupils. One of the central principles for us is not to consider a diagnosis or a disability that the child has, but we look at the support that the child needs, and it mainly lies with the teacher to see if any adaptations have to be made in the learning process, depending on the needs and capabilities of the child. Those adaptations can be both in the environment, in the speed, in the curriculum, etc. In the basic school, due to legislative changes in 2018, we moved from diagnose-based approach to needs-based approach. And we have a 3-pillar support system, and the state funding and support to the municipalities is also dependent on that new approach. We are also now working on the primary education plan, and we want to unify our approach to provide unified support to each and everybody. Now, when there is a need to provide support, then it has to be a teamwork, it has to be in cooperation with the parents. The school has to consider what adaptations are necessary to support the child. When general support measures don't give the expected result or more is needed, then we have special support measures. And today it is done to the network of Rajaleidja. When it is clear that additional support is needed, then the teachers with the other auxiliary personnel and specialists in the school have to find the best approach within the school for each and every child. Additionally, talking about the healthcare services provided by the school as well as social care, there is also additional cooperation needed there. We have a coordinator that coordinates all this cooperation within the school and with outside organs as well. And the plan is to create the similar figure for kindergartens. Meaning that we could have special classes or special different levels to support children. According to the law, we can also have separate groups or separate kindergartens when needed. And again, parents can decide what's best for their child and that they have received the appropriate counseling for that. Another principle which is not very well known but is also included in the legislation is for the kindergarten teachers to counsel parents whose children don't attend their kindergarten but live in that area. And then we have a healthcare worker in the kindergarten who has also some counseling responsibilities. Now, when it comes to the support specialist, we have at least a speech therapist, psychologist, and social educator, and other support services are optional and determined based on the needs. The support service is organized by the local municipality. The school director, the head of the school, can decide whether they employ these specialists or reach agreements with the service providers. Or the local municipality can also provide those support specialists. The main thing is to have this support available, to have qualification requirements and the list of services offered available. And the service has to be provided within a week when the need for such service has been determined. And access to the service should usually be in the educational facility, but it can be agreed with the parent to do it somewhere else. And the support specialist doesn't only work with one child, but also they support the teachers that work with the child and give feedback to other colleagues and to the management staff of the school, as well as to support the parents, the family. Now, besides the adaptations within the school, other adaptations can be made outside of the school. It can be homeschooling or hospital schooling. And when it comes to homeschooling, we have two types. Firstly, when the parent takes the responsibility to carry out the homeschooling. Or secondly, we have children that, due to their health condition, stay at home. When it is due to health considerations, then the school has the obligation to ensure the activities for at least 8 hours every week. And when a child is at the hospital, then schooling activities are organized based on the capabilities of the children, and it's up to 8 hours as well. And now here it's very important that all parties cooperate in these activities so that the development of the child is supported as much as possible.
So, as always, if some adjustments have been made, some measures have been implemented, it makes sense to assess it and to see how we've done. And at least once a year, this kind of assessment should take place, both at kindergarten and at school. At least once a year, there should be development interviews with the child and the parents. I also know schools who do it more frequently, for example, twice a year, but it's up for the school to decide. At school, a student has an individual development card where all sorts of important information is written, so we would know where we are at a certain point. Once a person graduates from school, graduates from basic school, they have the opportunity to have additional studies. This is not a very well-known option. It is often used for those who have learning difficulties and who have special educational needs, but actually this can also be applicable to students who follow the national curriculum, which isn't simplified. So the basic school graduates can undergo additional studies. This includes both academic subjects and also vocational training. And this is usually carried out in cooperation with a vocational school or a company, which provides internship. To summarize, our schools have a lot of autonomy and many opportunities to adjust their academic studies according to the capabilities of students. Many such adjustments can be made by schools themselves, and in many cases, the Rajaleidja network comes to help. And now I would like for Tiina to take over. Tiina, are you there? Are you there? Very good. the head of the Rajaleidja network. Tiina, the floor is yours. Thank you. The name of our common presentation was whether the Rajaleidja system works or not. I would like to point out here that Rajaleidja is not a system, it's a network. So I think this is important to emphasize. We have 16 centers in every county. We have about 100 specialists, speech therapists, social workers, social pedagogists, psychologists. This year we had 5 excellent Ukrainian psychologists joining us. And the idea of the network is the following. If we do not have the specialist we need here and now, we can support each other. So our specialists can move from one center to another and they can help. And also children and parents can approach us at all centers all over Estonia. This is important to know. Of course, our capital, Tallinn, is our biggest city, and the most of children live in Tallinn, and the queues are the longest as well. But it's good to know that a child from Tallinn doesn't need to go to our center in Tallinn, but they could go to other smaller towns where it's easier to access help. So this is one of the advantages of having a network. About 50% of our cases deal with preschool children, and then also the rest concern older children from the first and the second and the third grade. But actually, we also work with students with special needs who attend upper secondary school and vocational schools. Usually, children do not approach us. Usually, they are referred to us, or it's the parent who comes to us. And usually, they come with a very specific question. But sometimes we have a teacher who comes and says how to deal with a specific group of students, or how to work with a group in kindergarten. And we would like to have more these kinds of questions so that we could help teachers. And to give you an idea of our workload, then last year we had about 9,500 new cases. And we worked with about 22,000 adults. So people ask for our help, and they do get help. What do we do? Our most important activity is this. We focus on the child. We focus on the child's capabilities, their skills, and we want to support the child and support their special needs. So we don't have a ready-made solutions for children, but we have a tailor-made solution for every child according to the child's special needs. We also base our work on the principles of inclusive education. Our root, or our most important activity, is study counseling. Anybody can approach us to ask for help. You don't need to fill in forms or anything to do that. So sometimes we also call it teaching counseling. We help also older teachers to function better at school. We counsel older specialists. We help them to cope with specific children. in specific educational institutions. We can't provide, for example, speech therapy for children, but if there is no support specialist at a specific educational institution, we can give parents recommendations about what to do with the child, and we can ask them to come back in some time, and we can give them new recommendation. Our main purpose is to empower adults, empower teachers, because teachers tend to forget that they are specialists when it comes to teaching. Sometimes they need some encouragement, and they need to be reminded that actually they know how to do it. We also have individual counseling, group counseling, roundtables, cooperation with the other members of the network, and so on. Something that we would like to do when it comes to study counseling is the management of transitions from one school level to another. For example, when students are in the 6th grade, they know that they will graduate from basic school in 3 years. So we could start to think about what will happen after the basic school already in the 6th grade. Sometimes when it comes to our cases, the school doesn't have enough resources to solve certain situations, and we need external help. So we need an administrative act, and this is something we help to prepare. This can be done to change curriculum, for example, to implement homeschooling for health reasons, and also non-stationary studies for children who should attend school. In order to implement this for children, there needs to be a decision from the external counseling body. And our third task is to support educational institutions in the case of crisis. This year, we formed a crisis team at Rajaleidja. We have received a lot of training, and we are always ready to go and help educational institutions. If something has happened, there's something that doesn't allow the normal studies to continue. Here you can see our processes. When people come to us, either a parent or whoever, then we give them a case manager. So this is their contact person who is with the person from the beginning of the case, and who helps to solve the case of this specific child. Then this is followed by a counseling process. We also have a roundtable discussion. We try to have these large discussions as much as we can, and it's easier nowadays because we can have video conferences. We want to have a common understanding of the situation. We are here for the child, so it would be easier for the child. Then we don't have the effect of a message getting changed when it moves from one party to another. And when we need counseling from the external advisory body, then we implement this. If we don't need it, we close the case. When it comes to external counseling, then the parent has to give their consent and they have to file an application. Then we have the counseling, the roundtable discussion, the assessment, and so on. And we always ask the opinion of the parent, and also we ask for the child's opinion as well. For example, if the children, we decide whether the children should start school a year later, then we also ask from the child. It's good to know their opinion. We close our cases in 30 days, starting from receiving the application. And this procedure ends with an administrative act. So this is our official recommendation, and this information goes into the Estonian education information system. And all educational institutions in Estonia can see that a decision has been made concerning this child, but the content of this recommendation can only be seen when the parent has given their consent. So nothing happens if there's no consent from the parent. Sometimes parents are afraid that now school is going to take action and we won't know what will happen. When we make our decision, then we also try to come up with alternative solutions. We understand that it takes time for a school to provide alternative opportunities or form smaller classes for students with special needs. So we say that until this has been done, we recommend doing this and that. Something new that we have implemented this year is that we also follow up. So 3 months after the decision has been made, we send a questionnaire to the parent and to the school and the local government. So we ask about how things are, and then we have an idea whether things have changed or not, what is stopping the school or the local government from solving the situation. My time is up now, and I have told you the most important things, so maybe I would finish here, unless you have any questions. But you can always come to us. Thank you so much. And now, very quickly, let's see whether we have any questions, because we are a bit behind schedule. We seem to have a lot of questions. I hope that Piret is ready to come here and answer them as well. So the first question. A child whose health is deteriorating rapidly and they need immediate changes in their schoolwork, but Rajaleidja said that it could take 2.5 months for these to be implemented. Well, it depends on what sorts of adjustments have to be made. As Piret said, actually schools have a lot of resources to make adjustments as soon as these are needed. Rajaleidja's decision is needed only when there are problems with the curriculum or when these are very permanent changes and adjustments. But actually, school can take instant action. According to our experience, sometimes schools don't understand that actually they have a lot of resources available. Maybe I would like to add that in case of a doubt, it's good to remember that the interests of the child come first. And even if there is a decision that takes time, we need to put the children's interest first. The second question, how can a child get a special education when they have no intellect impairment, but it is necessary based on their health condition? And this is a complicated question because we do work in the legal system that we have here in Estonia. And indeed, we say that a shortened curriculum is being implemented for children who have intellect impairment, and we can't change that because this is the law. We have made some proposals so that this shortened and simplified curriculum could be implemented for children with other diagnoses, for children who have difficulties following the national curriculum, so that we could have the simplified curriculum with these children as well. But here, I would like to add that once the child has studied according to the simplified curriculum, it's very difficult to go back to the national curriculum because these two are very different. I think that every case is different. So depending on the child, sometimes we've been able to replace some study results in some subjects, but we are aware of the problem with the simplified curriculum. We see children in difficulties every day, but we are working on this issue. We have two separate national curriculum. This is not the case in many countries of the world. So the situation today is that we have decided that children with intellect impairment have a simplified curriculum, and in all other cases, we can adjust the national curriculum. But the last amendment to the curriculum, which has been approved but hasn't been adopted yet, says that in certain cases, children without intellectual disability can start studying according to the simplified curriculum. Okay, we have many questions, so let's go on. Which specialists are consulted? Healthcare specialists are consulted by the special educational coordinator. It's mainly the family doctor, but if a child has some sort of a medical history, then of course we consult their specialists as well. So we don't have any specific rules for their. Next question, how many unique children come to Rajaleidja per year? So you had 9,500 cases. Were they all new cases? Yes. So yes, these were 9,500 children, not cases. Do you include a healthcare worker when giving recommendations at Rajaleidja? Yes, of course. We consult healthcare workers. We can contact them. We can ask them for the medical documents, medical records. We have also cooperated with mental health specialists. So there are many possibilities there. Beforehand, all external advisory bodies had to include healthcare workers. Right now, this necessity is decided by this advisory body. Will this go straight to the child? Yes, maybe. And then another question. Nowadays, children who have common diseases, for example, diabetes, are excluded from, for example, kindergarten because teachers don't know how to take care of them. So how can a child with a rare disease attend educational institutions? Yes, this is a complicated question. There is no justification to the situation. Thank you, Piret. Thank you, Dina. No more questions. So we have another question. So this was a question to the audience. So for how many patients has Dr. Katrin Neunap given an extraordinary 100% discount since 2014? And the right answer is 59. This concludes our first part of the day. Thank you for your presentations. And now we have the roundtable discussion. So we can summarize everything we have spoken about here today, and we can discuss on how to proceed further. But let's say that we'll come back here at 4:15. So you have a half an hour to get a coffee, and then we'll meet back here.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope everything online is working as well. It's been a long but very exciting and interesting day with interesting presentations. And even though the title of the event is the accessibility and measures of success of rare diseases, we've really had a good overview from the perspective of a patient, a parent, a specialist, etc. And in the different aspects of life, everyday life, in school, etc., etc. I don't know if we will be able to debate on all those different aspects as well. But definitely we would like to talk about the bottlenecks and possible solutions. And I hope we can maybe come out with new ideas for the development or implementation plan. And I would like to welcome Riho Tapfer from the Association of Pharmaceutical Manufacturer, Professor Katrin Ouna from Tartu University Hospital, Rain Laane for Health Insurance Fund, Sirje Tender-Paasma from the Children's Foundation, and then also Maria Kreis-Kleosk from the Chamber of People with Disabilities has joined us. Let's get started. Let's talk about the journey in a structured way. And I'm sure in different stages we can find some kind of improvements. So, Katrin, let's start with something that has been discussed a lot among the physicians, and that is about the screening. Could you talk about prevention and screening? What is it exactly? Well, screening is when we examine a clinically healthy person in different stages of life. It can be newborns. We already mentioned that, meaning that newborns are screened against the diseases they might potentially develop. We can also screen healthy young people, and more is talked about screening young people about more common diseases. And then again, we can screen different cancer forms in the second half of life, because very often people are diagnosed too late. But for rare diseases, all those different stages are important. And how much could be prevented using screening or to detect the diseases in the early stages? Well, we also have to think in long term as well. We don't prevent anything in the newborn screening. We just give timely treatment. But we can provide valuable information to relatives of those that have undergone the screening. And very often we can reduce the prevalence of some diseases in the society as a whole. For autosomal recessive diseases, when we do screening, or if we did screening in Estonia, the prevalence isn't reduced very much, because we know that 75 to 80% are novel mutations, not inherited from the parents, so the reduction would be 25 to 20% only. Do I recall correctly that parents are very interested in those screenings? Over 90%, right? Yes. Actually, 99.5% was the interest rate. And for more background, how does the funding look like today? It's state-funded. The health insurance fund covers the screening since 1996. Ryan, you have the floor. I recall that a bit less than 6 years ago when I started working in the field and learned the different names of the medicines and diseases. Well, now I can say that the screenings are working very well. We trust our screening schemes. They are trustworthy. We have newborn screening. I think we should increase our investment, and we really want to go forward with pilot projects. I think that in 2024 we can start with our SMA screening, and for cystic fibrosis we should start with our pilot project as well. Also for lung cancer, we had a pilot project last year. For screening studies, the most difficult part is that those we want to have in the study might not participate. For example, in case of lung disease screening, we would like to have smokers or ex-smokers or people that have a higher weight. But then we have fit people participating and we have no significant results. So we also have to think about the costs here, but the pilot projects definitely help us determine what is effective, what is not, what are the trends to follow. And regarding today's topic, indeed, screening doesn't prevent rare disease from occurring if you have the genetic predisposal, but with correct dietary or lifestyle choices, we can manage the disease. And then we can reduce the treatment costs as well. So improving the field and preventing are important here. Would anybody like to add anything? I would ask about the Children's Foundation for Cystic Fibrosis and SMA fund those pilots. Why does it take so long? Why not 2023 and until 2024 we have to wait? It's a whole process. Yes, it could be faster, but I've learned during my experience that we have to take time out or to take a longer time to analyze everything for a couple of months or a couple of years even. We've now had startup type solutions in the COVID times. And usually in these cases, we solve one problem, but create 10 new problems. So it's better to discuss everything thoroughly. But yes, Siri and the Children Foundation, you are like a bridge between the current situation and the future funding possibilities. So maybe we can reduce the time in the future. Do I understand correctly? We're talking about including the treatments in the list, not the pilots. Yes, it can happen that the pilots that are functioning today can reach the list and the whole society. I mean, there are a couple of committees, as you know, that have to discuss it. We cannot include new treatments just like that in the list. It's not the decision of the board or the council, because we always have to take into account the opinion of the committees. This is not how it works. We cannot just make those decisions without consulting first. And ultimately, it will be faster to do it the correct way and not take any shortcuts, because it will take you back to square one. When talking about pilots, do you know what pilot means in newborn screening? Well, it means that we are examining the whole population with no exceptions, but the only thing here is that we have no state funding. So we have the freedom to take our time, to maybe repeat and validate the tests more so that it takes a bit longer, but we have this flexibility. It's different from the lung cancer pilots undergoing now, because we screen everybody. And our question has been that if it's not further developed, how long can we carry on? Would you like to add something? Well, yes, Tartu University also plays a role here. We maybe have to determine like who has to write who first, but I think we can solve that. The ultimate aim here is common, to have useful screenings and health insurance funding for that. So we have a common ground, right? Yes, the question here is how fast we can do it. We would like to be as fast as possible, because investing in screening is cheaper than later treatments. What about the manufacturer's view? You said that we should talk about the journey. And today we have heard different figures, like of 11 millions missing somewhere, and that even 100 million wouldn't be enough. But it's like a huge puzzle with the health insurance fund, the manufacturers and politicians, everybody with their own role. Yes, first of all, we manufacturers admit that our applications could be faster. And also in case of medicines where it seems a little bit pointless maybe. But when it comes to the health insurance fund, it would be nice if there were no messages sent out as if the medicines were not necessary enough or too expensive. And furthermore, we have a good foundation with good data about how to improve the processes and make them more inclusive. And the decision makers should create the appropriate framework that would support the processes, starting from VATs or different financing and reimbursement schemes. From our point of view as manufacturers, it's a very important thing to consider. And also different patient organizations should be included more. I would like to add that with the manufacturers, after a couple of meetings over the last months, we have a really good dialogue. And it's really positive that when we have a medicine committee, giving advice to the council whether to include a medicine or not. This is a functioning model, and they let us know whether the treatment is efficient, and when it comes to the finances, we have to consider our possibilities, because when it comes to evidence-based treatment, we trust the committee. We have a representative of the patient organizations on the committee, but maybe we could add somebody else. One example is when we discuss a specific treatment, then it would be good to include a patient or a representative that has had experience with that disease or treatment, to talk about the side effects, the needs for support staff, how those patients cope. I think we are lacking information there today. When it comes to sharing risks, we have cases where we've reached an agreement with the manufacturers, where we have a couple of dozen patients in Estonia. Then we fund the treatment for the patients where the treatment is effective. When it comes to cancer medicines, there the criteria is quite simple. Is it working or not? For example, for the first 3 months, the manufacturer pays for it, and then the state takes over. And when the life expectancy is not very long, then we can finance it for the whole time. On the other hand, we have a healthcare based on solidarity, so we have the obligation to pay for everybody, but I would personally like to see that change. Another agreement that we have reached with the manufacturers is regarding the quality evaluations, discussing the possible modifications there. We have our reservations because as we fund different treatments, any exception that we make very soon become the rule, and then we have to find additional funding for that. If we have a political agreement that those funds can be found and covered by some other places, then we can do it. But as the minister said, the parliament gives 2 figures to the health insurance fund. Firstly, a hypothetical figure about the funds that we receive from taxes. And we knew that it was 2.2 billion by the end of 2023, but we don't know if it will be the real final figure. And the second figure is that we have to have 65 million in the reserve. And between those figures, we operate. So I'm in favor of supporting everybody, not leaving anybody behind. But the question arises where we have different prevalences. This is what we have to consider every day. And in the middle of all that is a person with their family getting a diagnosis that they have only one life to live, for example. Yes, but fortunately today we have stories of treatments being effective. Maria, let's talk about the patient's view as well. What is the context today? What is the situation? Firstly, I was really glad to hear that it would be good to include people that have direct experience with disease or treatment, because this is what the Chamber of People with Disabilities have wanted for a long time. We have been saying that making decisions is impossible without the stories of the people, but very often decision makers are afraid of the emotions and heartbreaking stories that people bring with them. But I would say that we have really smart patients, and we work with the aim to educate our own patients as well as the Chamber of People with Disabilities. But we need additional support for the patient organizations, because today's funding means that financially we can't even have one full-time employee. So all the work is done voluntarily in addition to a permanent job. So it's impossible for that person to go to a 4-hour meeting to the ministry. But so financing this representation is an important topic here. But there were other things I wanted to comment on. First, early detection. I've always said that in Estonia, we have a very good and easily accessible gene testing system. I'm also a parent of a child with a rare disease, and the testing was very smooth, convenient, and quick. Getting the diagnosis took 2 years. Yes, that's true. But this is because it was the first case in Estonia, and not so many cases had been found worldwide. But it's really good that we detect earlier, we can react earlier, and we also have to adjust the system accordingly so that people, after getting their diagnosis, are not left alone. Because the Rare Disease Center they have their limits as well. They have a couple of people that can counsel patients and refer them. But if later on the municipality doesn't support the family, then it's all pointless. Last year I was writing my thesis, and I was studying how the families with severe disability, or a child with a severe disability, are coping. And there were many sad findings, conclusions that we don't even need that much money, and we could improve different aspects, because 2/3 said that they don't feel valuable members of society. Over 1/3 said that they felt ashamed going outdoors with their child. It is extremely sad that you're ashamed of somebody that you love so deeply. So changing these attitudes in the society by educating the society is something very important and crucial that we can do. And another thing from my thesis is that the parents were extremely concerned about the siblings in the family, because they cannot give them enough attention. And I know what they're talking about. And again, here we can solve the situation when we provide additional services to the family, so that the families can function properly. This is very interesting, how to ensure this supporting system. But Riho, you wanted to add something? Yes, I wanted to further develop some of the things that Raina mentioned. when we talk about orphan treatments, then the innovative funding models, I agree, we could further develop them, but there are different obstacles. Very often it means that the manufacturer has to go to the price agreement talks, and actually it would be better to have a set of rules already set beforehand, especially for orphan medicines compared to the regular ones. And we have this idea that medicines are very costly for the healthcare system, but I checked the figures, and the average cost of a prescription is actually decreasing for some groups of the medicines. Therefore, medicines are not increasing the health insurance fund costs. On the contrary, therefore, we would address the topic of rare diseases medicines, and there have been different ideas throughout the years how to save up or what are the biosimilars available, and we should find additional possibilities for orphan medicines. So there are different options, and the key here is dialogue between different institutions. Raine already said that discussions with the manufacturers have improved. Could we also include doctors, patients, when we talk about the price of the medicines, or is it between the manufacturers and the health insurance fund? We are working on the topic to establish how the principles that have been in effect for 18 years already might need to be adjusted. So we have to do some inner work before that. What's the physician's point of view, Katrin? Yes, I've already said it before several times, but especially when we talk about ultra-rare diseases, 1 in a million or less, then we have to have more flexibility depending on the individual. We shouldn't wait for the medicine to be included in the list, but the physician should have the possibility to file an application. Currently, it's not possible due to the EU regulations. So we should sit down and try to agree on whether our actions have been effective and how the responsibilities can be shared between the different parties. And we should also have the family representative present, because the decisions we make have to take into account the specific family. Families are different, their resilience is different. Of course, the condition of the patient is different, so we have to consider everything.
I think we don't have the minister here. Yes, so this is what I said before, that the decisions are made in the government, but the elections are coming up. So, Siri, from the perspective of the Children's Foundation, you are communicating with the parents on a daily basis. Usually, when parents file the application to get the expensive medicine, we usually get two answers. The first one is that this is not possible because of legislation. And the second, we don't know about the effectiveness of this medicine. And so we cannot have it. And then the parents ask, how should we know whether the medicine is working or not? Because the health insurance fund is expecting some sort of a local confirmation to the effectiveness of the drug. But if this drug costs 200,000 or 300,000 euros, then how should they get this? So this could be the cooperation model that we have been proposing for years. So we can pay for this medicine, and once we have proven it works, then the health insurance fund could take this over. Yes, we have discussed it a lot with Thierry and the head of the foundation Kingitud Elu, which supports cancer patients. So we have discussed the question of how to understand whether a medicine is working or not. It's very difficult with the first patient. When you're in Estonia, when you live in Estonia and you are the first person in the world having the specific disease, then it's very difficult. We won't know. When we have more patients like this in the world, for example, we have 7 of them, then we can see whether this drug works or not. For example, maybe it works for 4 out of 7, but it doesn't work for 3, or the other way around. When we speak about pricing, then usually people tend to interpret the results in the favor of the patient. Taking over the treatment is the same thing. We need to make changes in the national system, and these changes can be initiated by the healthcare minister of the following government, in case they want to. There are many nuances, and the devil's in the details. So ideally, this could be the case. Well, today, the health insurance fund usually reimburses these drugs until they make it to the list of health services. But it takes a long time for the medicine to get into the list of healthcare services. It takes at least a couple of months. Let's say we have a new medicine on the market in January, then in the ideal case, it will make it to the list by next January. I would say that the minimum time in Estonia is 6 months, but usually it takes longer. But for these 6 months or longer, we will finance the treatment. I hope that we have people here who have supported these charitable foundations. We definitely support this as well, be it the Children's Foundation or the Cancer Patients Foundation. So once we see that this medicine has been effective, then we could include it in the list of healthcare services. But I think that we could take the real world evidence into account as well. We usually consider only clinical trials, which is the gold standards, but actually, especially when it comes to orphan medicines, real world evidence should be taken into consideration. So this is a situation which could improve. So maybe this is a good question from a doctor as well, how to measure the success of a medicine. So if there is a disease that only 7 people in the world have, I think that one of the main criteria is how much it improves the coping skills of the person, how it improves their quality of life. Our goal is that the patient who has a rare disease can be independent in their life, or maybe need just a little bit of help to be independent. This would be ideal. For example, with SMA, I would like to cite Dr. Inga Talvik and what also Hendra said. She said that I can do everything with my hands, and I don't need to divide my energy because, I have to think about the things I can do today because otherwise my battery will run empty. She doesn't have to think about that. Yes, she's in a wheelchair and she's a person with a disability, but actually she can do everything. I think this is a success, and I think this is how we can measure the success of a medicine. We could ask for the opinion of a doctor when we discuss orphan medicines. When I look through these applications, then I always try to take into account the specific case. And I'm always asking myself, why am I doing this? For example, in the case of Hendra and this other girl with SMA, I'm thinking, okay, I want them to finish their studies at the university, maybe have a family. This is not impossible at all. I think that the assessment that the patient gives on the effectiveness of treatment is very important. This is one of the cornerstones of patient-centered healthcare. We can assess the effectiveness of treatment from the medical perspective, but I think that the patient's opinion is actually very important and should be taken into account to a greater extent. Yes, I might be in a wheelchair, but maybe as a result of treatment, I can do things with my hands that I couldn't do before. Mario, maybe you would like to add something. This was a very good example that you brought. And I like the idea that we had here at the conference. So what does a 50% success rate mean? And I'm just a regular person who has, functioning arms and legs. Then it seems to me that, having just functioning arms is, not very important because nothing else works, nothing else functions. But actually, for this person, this opens up many opportunities. They can take care of themselves. They can study, and they can, be independent, and it contributes a lot to their life quality. I can also say that when I am like a parent, I as a parent, then I as a parent, I have to come to terms with the fact that my child will never be completely independent. But even if they're 50% more independent or 30% more independent, then everybody wins. The child wins, the family wins, the entire society wins. How much has this been studied? So if we invest in the treatment of people with rare diseases, how much do we win on the labor market? Has this been calculated? Has this question been studied? I'm looking at Rain. I don't have any information, but looking at the bigger picture, then Riho said about these measures, experience measures and outcome measures. Well, in our organization, we spoke about journeys, health journeys. And another measure that I would like to add is that when a person with a rare disease becomes more independent, it has a wider effect. It has a ripple effect because the family members who were otherwise full-time taking care of this person with the illness can go to work and they can create additional value. Have we carried out an analysis to study this question? No, we haven't done this, but we have analyzed preventive actions. And we have seen that the money we have invested in prevention is actually brings back more money than we invested in the first place. So if we invest in prevention, then the manufacturer sector will lose a few euros, but I think that it's a reasonable choice. Riho is nodding. Now, Maria, you pointed out that we have to grow as a society so that parents wouldn't be ashamed to go out with their child. We're now coming back to the support system. So if we have a disease which only 7 people have in the world, and then there's one of them who lives in Estonia, is there an international network of patients where they could get support? Professor Onap mentioned a similar network in Europe. Yes, of course. This is very important. Sometimes I find myself thinking in English because I speak so much to other people all over the world. This is very important. Because we were the first patient like that in Estonia, and we couldn't find any information about this disease in Estonian. And then you start to find information, and then when you finally reach people who have the same diagnosis, who understand what you're going through, this feels like homecoming. But now we have 4 children who have the same syndrome as my child does, and we communicate to each other, and this is very, very important. And of course, it doesn't have to be the exact same disease, because there are many different syndromes, but the way these manifest in children, they can be quite similar. So motor impairments, speech impediments, so these are similar. So the parents who are in touch don't need to have children with the exact same syndrome. I think this could be a broad and more general network. I think that it would be a very good idea to create an association of parents with of children with rare disease. Siri, do you think that the Children's Foundation could help here? I think this is a wider problem. Before we asked about how many children are supported by the Children's Foundation, and it was 52. But actually, there are many children who don't have treatment. So for these who don't have treatment for their disease, we help to finance their physical therapy, their other types of therapy and support services. For us, the most complicated thing is to deal with local governments. I'm very happy that I have Maria here sitting next to me, that we have families here in the audience. you can see that these are not families who have coping difficulties, but unfortunately, in the local municipality, when they go to ask for help, by the way, the Children's Foundation only finances a service when all official possibilities have been used. Then when they go to the local municipality, these families are usually sent to the social work department, and they have to apply for social support. And this is very humiliating for them. And sometimes they specifically ask us not to send them to the local municipality. There are many people like this who need help. Our team at the Children's Foundation is very small, and actually we would like to contribute more. Why we founded the Children's Foundation in the first place was to provide innovative treatment for Estonian children. But what we do today is that we fill the gaps in our social system. We try to explain to local municipalities that they should try to help the families, because when you have an ill child and your extra expenses because of that are 400 or 500 euros a month, then this is very difficult, especially because oftentimes one of the parents has to stay at home with the child. So we would expect more from the social support system. And we really wanted to hear from the representatives from the Ministry of Education and Rajaleidja, because it's very difficult to find support specialists for children. We don't have speech therapists, we don't have activity therapists, we don't have the specialists who could help the child develop until there comes an opportunity for treatment. We don't have these specialists. Commenting on the Rajaleidja system, I have an experience where when you go to Rajaleidja, you have a 45-minute appointment with a specialist. You have the parents and the child, and after that, you wait for this decision for a couple of months, and then this decision has been signed by 5 specialists. Is this reasonable? Maybe these specialists could actually work with those children in need. We need psychologists, we need speech therapists. We don't have the therapists, but they spend their time preparing documents. And I don't think this is reasonable. So we should improve our social system. Yes, I wanted to add that my child is also one of the children, one of these 52 children that has been supported by the Children's Fund, and you are doing a great job. And I don't think it's reasonable that the Children's Foundation should pay for these therapies. It's just that the service providers who provide services for children with difficult diseases are usually not very motivated to conclude contracts with the social system. I am currently negotiating with the Ministry of Social Affairs to put an end to this situation. But I would really like to see that the Children's Foundation doesn't finance these therapies, because actually the state has this capability, and then the Children's Foundation could concentrate on paying for these innovative treatments. Well, it is a very detailed and very complex question. I understand that you were referring to the government a lot, but is there something that we can do here and now? What can be done here and now? What can we do? And what kind of things depend on the government's decisions? As I told you at the beginning, this is a puzzle which has many pieces. We can't only rely on the finances of the health insurance fund. We can't expect for decisions being made by the government that would open all doors and solve all problems. But something that I thought about is that when it comes to rare diseases and orphan medicines, then we could do horizon scanning. And this is something that the health insurance fund, in cooperation with the manufacturers, could do. I think it's always good to be ready for potential changes. If we would know the pipeline of medicine development, then it would help us prepare, and we could prepare a real action plan. This would be a tool that could be used and that could help us forecast what will happen in the next couple of years. So this could be one simple solution. Katrin, from the doctor's perspective, I like Triho's idea to scan the horizon to see what's coming and what's being worked on. Of course, this requires a more thorough analysis. But in January, FDA confirmed gene therapy for the Rett syndrome. They know the size of the target group. If the clinical trials go well in Europe, then this is something we could consider. From manufacturers, I would expect more support in participating in clinical trials, because I'm not always competent to assess whether this functions or not. And in 2014, when the law was amended and the financing of cofactors was started, then I had a patient who had a network of people, and he could affect the legislation. So I think that we should agree on a set of rules of how to assess evidence-based treatment. Today we discussed the criteria for stopping treatment if the treatment is not successful, or if this very expensive treatment doesn't work. Today I have mentioned the word hope many times. We shouldn't kill hope. There has to be hope. So we should consider something else. Or maybe we could try an alternative solution for this patient. This is something I would like to agree on. I think this is something we should negotiate. Then maybe if we want to try out shared financing scheme, then I think we need a general agreement in the society. But what if we have a larger number of patients, but we don't have as many people making donations in the foundations? What will happen then? Maybe at one point we need to decide that we can't finance this treatment anymore. But I think this is something we should agree on beforehand. And I also think that it's wiser to have cooperation than to oppose to each other. When I started in the health insurance fund, there were many campaigns. The main slogan which made people donate to charitable foundations was that this is not financed by the health insurance fund. Nowadays, we have added the word yet, not yet financed by the health insurance fund. I think this leaves some hope. So you are not donating because the health insurance fund is bad, but you are donating because right now there is this transition period, and for some reason we cannot do it by the state. But it will be financed by the state at some point. And I understand the necessity for combined financing. Maybe you remember the slide I had with blue columns. This was the magical limit of rare diseases, and I don't think it's the lowest in the world. But we have some medicines on the market that are 2 times more expensive. So how to cover this gap? When we had this single medicine, this US medicine that cost $2 million, then I could see that the society was divided into two. It completely polarized. Some said that the state has to pay, and then the others said that no way. I wouldn't like to see such polarization. I would like us to find a solution. And I know that the solution is not always easy, but there must be hope. The hope has to remain. And maybe this is not a good comparison. I do apologize, but when I look at the Russian war in Ukraine, then it's interesting to see how quickly these dogmas have changed. The Western countries said that no, there will be no tanks. And then it takes some time, a year or half a year, or even 2 months. People change their views completely. Then it was the planes, we won't give any planes. Don't even speak about the planes. But now they are speaking about training the pilots because there's the need. So I believe that the solution is out there.
Firstly, we would definitely we'd be willing to add the word yet in the campaigns, but unfortunately, we cannot have the certainty. When you look back a couple of years, don't you have the certainty? No, after talking about Rasladna, with the head of the department that we wanted to get for Kevin, then it is quite concerning. But indeed, it would be nice to include this word yet in the campaigns, and our proposal is definitely to cooperate with you. And with achondroplasia, we also had the proposal where seeing that the patients were only children, then it would be the perfect opportunity for our cooperation. And we only asked for 10% from the health insurance fund, and the rest would come from the Children's Foundation. But you rejected our proposal, and that makes me sad. But on a more positive note, I can really say that donating money, supporting charities is in, and we are very grateful for that. It doesn't worry us that we won't manage with our sponsors and donations. But indeed, we would also like to find opportunities to have cooperation with you. And we have also turned to the manufacturers about this topic that when we have only one patient and the manufacturer is not present here in Estonia, but far away abroad, then the manufacturer has no interest in including the medicine in the list. Then we really have nothing else to do. And there is where we would need additional initiative from the health insurance fund so that this kind of treatments could be also financed by the state. We're a small country, so we need to allow for more exceptions, even if it requires legislative reform. We just have to make these decisions. For example, the example I mentioned before of buying band-aids for a child for 10 years. If we haven't solved that issue in 10 years, then it's really sad. I have two remarks on this topic. We have the possibility to take calculated risk. You said that you only get two types of replies from us. One of them being saying that the legislative framework doesn't allow us to do something. That is a real barrier. I've tried to overcome this obstacle, but I've failed. In October 2017, when I had been in the office for 2 weeks, and we had the first case of Annabelle, and we talked, this was the neuroblastoma case where we needed funding. And I read comments online that people were wondering why it wasn't financed. And it was all about legislation. And people said that legislation has to be changed. In 1 year and 3 months, the treatment was included in the list, and it's now been used several times. It just took some time. That's how it works. It's a question of perspective to see what's the best decision in every case. We prefer first to organize our legislative framework that would allow us to make decisions. Maria, what could we do additionally from the viewpoint of the chamber? There were some remarks over there. Okay, it's been taken care of. when you support mobility for a family, I'm very grateful because then we have our limitations. So it's really good that you chip in here. And we have discussed in length what is lacking in our healthcare system. But if I look at our social care system, then it's even worse. And this is really a question for the Ministry of Social Affairs. Heli is still here. If you can help us with this issue, then we can chip in with financing. We've had cases with nutritive mixes. We have to have different parties that chip in because otherwise it doesn't work. The same question applies to the fact whether it's easier to operate with one minister or two. Okay, the key thing I'm hearing here is cooperation. What forms of cooperation do you have besides the round table here once a year? I can see that everybody wants to come together, but what are the options here, or who has the initiative? When we have something urgent to address, then as a small country, I think we are quite effective. It can be just a phone call or an online message away. We can have different opinions in some cases, of course. As mentioned, we have a more fluent, smoother cooperation with the manufacturers now. But of course, there's opposition when it comes to price agreements. I mean, our positions are closer now, but still far apart. I'm always trying to step in the shoes of the other party or go with, for example, the emergency staff to see their daily work, go to the emergency care unit to see what their daily work looks like, to really have their perspective, to have a better understanding. That's why I want to bring a representative of the patient who has had real experience with the disease to the committee. This experience has to be from real life, not from literature only, because then we can get additional information of the needs. When we talk about the journeys, for example, for the stroke project that we've had here, after we have stabilized the situation, then how can we ensure that the case manager can have further support with these additional services that they need? Besides the Pike project in Viljandi here in Estonia, we don't really have initiatives like that, and it's quite expensive system. That's true, but we should measure the life quality and what the families gain from the system, and ultimately what the society as a whole gains from the new system. We have a lack of professional and specialists in many fields. For example, with mental support and therapists. So if we can prevent people going to specialists, then the society wins. I would say that if you step in the shoes of the patients, then the manufacturers would set the price as low as possible, and this 65 million reserve that you mentioned before wouldn't be there. But indeed, it's actually impossible to imagine what the life of those families looks like. But talking about the cooperation and the different forms, we've had different meetings and debates, and we have cooperation forms with manufacturers, different meetings with the health insurance funds, with the doctors and children's foundations definitely as well. So there have been results. So we can only wish for some more cooperation then. I remember now the last point I wanted to mention. To make sure that the rare diseases are topical for the state, whether it's one part of a bigger health plan or a separate development plan, doesn't matter, but it's important that the rare diseases are included in the strategy documents. If it's an important topic for the state, then the problem is real and it's a priority. If it's only a vision, then it's not enough. But as already mentioned before, we have to do horizon scanning to see what the bigger objective is, which has to be written down in a strategic document. We have to agree on it on paper. We have an 8-page development plan in the health insurance fund where the rare diseases are included. We can continue the debate over dinner. Thanks everybody for being here, for listening, for being with us today. And indeed, we've achieved some things already, but we can also see several improvements. So thank you everybody, and downstairs we'll now have the dinner. I think we can start going downstairs already. Thank you very much.